You may scratch the number 5 horse, Ob's Ock. Ob's Ock is out of race 3. Turn to race 4. Race 4, number 5, Trottin' Marseille. Make the driver Drew Neal. Drew Neal driving number 5, Trottin' Marseille. Turn to race 6. Or rather, excuse me, race 5. Turn to race 5. Number 2, Smith and Western. Change the driver to Greg Bateson. Greg Bateson will drive number 2, Smith and Western.
Very good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Turn to race 8. Race 8, number 1, Captivate Money. Make the driver Drew Neal. Drew Neal will drive number 1, Captivate Money. Number 6, the Taxman is racing on with trotting hobbles. Trotting hobbles on the Taxman, and change the driver to Joe Cramp. Joe Cramp will drive number 6, the Taxman. Turn to race 9. Race 9, you may scratch the number 5 horse, Guess I Forgot Him. Scratch Transportation. Scratch number 5, Guess I Forgot Him, Transportation. Number 7, Feisty Jim is going off Lasix. Number 7, Feisty Jim is racing off Lasix. Turn to race 10. Race 10, you may scratch the number 2 horse, Western Classic, Sick. Number 2, Western Classic is scratched Sick. Turn to race 13. Race 13, number 1, Olive Hill. Change the driver to Joe Cramp. Joe Cramp will drive number 1, Olive Hill. Turn to race 14. Race 14, scratch the number 2 horse, Corner of the Market. Scratch the number 2 horse, Corner of the Market. Turn to race 15. Race 15, number 2, Captain Said. Change the driver to Emmanuel Miller. Emmanuel Miller will drive number 2, Captain Said. Turn to race 18. Race 18, scratch the number 2 horse, Catch the Express. Scratch the number 2 horse, Catch the Express, out of race 18. Turn to race 19. Race 19, number 2, Wisco Tax Collector. Make the driver Ronnie Gillespie. Ronnie Gillespie will drive number 2, Wisco Tax Collector. And those are the only changes and corrections we have at this time.
We still need a driver on 1.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Race 3, the pump.
Your chance to Barnes, we still need a driver on number 1 in this first race. We need a driver on already 1, the number 1 horse in race 1.
Good morning, racing fans, and welcome to day 2 of racing here at Marion, Ohio, the Marion County Fair. Susan Schroeder, Michael Langer, and Matt Clark bringing you all the action today.
Good morning.
It's still a little overcast and a little bit drizzly, but boy, the track looks better than it did yesterday, I have to say that.
I've heard that from everybody, including the guys that have been out jogging for a half hour. They are very pleased with all the work that's been done to get it to the condition that it's in right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks so much better, and we're almost ready for the post-parade. We got horses gathering out on the track. First race is a 3-year-old colt pace. There are 7 in it. We have 20 races today. We've got 56 different trainers that brought horses, and some of the bigger stables. Rosie Weaver's got 11, Betty Clegg's got 10, Hank Levan and Herman Hagerman both have 7, and Ronnie Gillespie's got 5. So a lot of work back in the barns.
Very much so. And on the driving side, Nick Clegg's listed for 10, Ronnie Gillespie 7, Pierce Unreaver 9, Hank Levan 8, Manny Miller 10, and Drew Neal 8. But Drew picked up a couple, I think, in these changes. So he's got a good shot at being involved in half the program today.
Yeah, and he was a busy guy yesterday. I'm just trying to look and see if they got their colors all cleaned up before today.
I saw Stephanie Brooks posted on Facebook yesterday. She sprayed the horse off with the harness and everything on, and then bathed it again after that.
And
it's still probably dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a mess yesterday.
And that definitely was. Everybody was just. It was funny because from the front of them, you could not tell driver from driver if they would all stood in a row. But then when they turned around, then that was okay. You could still see their colors.
Well, I'll tell you, I was on the road yesterday and listening to the broadcast, and the way you guys were talking as you went to break, I never expected you to be back.
Oh,
we didn't either.
Yeah, I really didn't. I mean, and I got home probably about 45 minutes or an hour later, and I hadn't changed my Facebook page on my phone, and it was still there. And I'm like, wait a second, they're back?
Yeah.
That fast even? Because it was, what was it, 40 minutes, I think they said? 35, 40 minutes?
Yeah, we had a couple of breaks.
Yeah.
In the very beginning, it was postponed, and then a couple of breaks during it. It was
one of those.
One of those,
It was one of those, yeah.
$288 in a blanket courtesy of Wall Brothers Stable. Number 1 is Already Won, all by Ron Stack of Marengo, Ohio, Robert Smoko of Solon, Ohio, Leanne Davenport of Delaware, Ohio, M.F. Taggart of Columbus, Ohio, trained by Ron Stack. The driver is Ranger Stack. Number 2 is Black Streak, all by Anthony Miller of Dundee, Ohio, and Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman. The driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 3 is Down by the Parade, all by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg. The driver Nick Clegg. Number 4 is It's Time to Cody, all by Thomas Little IV of East Burton, New York, trained by Robbie Brooks. The driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Rose Run All-Star, all by Darren Dollar of Prospect, Ohio, Larry Bettler of Sunbury, Ohio, Heidi Ratliff of Marion, Ohio, and Don Tiger of Canonsburg, Pennsylvania, trained and driven by Darren Dollar. Number 6 is All Bull and No Beef, owned, trained and driven by Jacob Baird of Mount Blanchard. And number 7 is Believe in Town, all by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Horses will take.
Okay, we'll give you a quick rundown on these horses in the first race. Already Won to make the driver Ranger Steck for his dad, Ron Steck. This horse is owned by Steck, Smoko, Davenport, and Taggart. It is a Fear the Dragon out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare. 5 starts this year. Last start out at Scioto Downs, finished 5th, paced in 54-1. He's been pacing around 55, 56 for all of his starts at Scioto.
Manny Miller on the bike for Herman Hagerman with number 2, Black Streak. Black Streak is a Racing Hill gelding out of the Big Bad John mare To the Queen. Anthony Miller and Hagerman Racing share ownership. Still looking for a first win at 3 starts as a 2-year-old, 8 so far this year. Strongest race so far, probably last week with Tyler Angus on the bike at Northfield, 3rd by a neck.
Down by the Parade, Nick Clegg, Betty Clegg, Kimber Clegg. This is the great 2-year-old that raced last year, 32 starts last year, 17 wins. A Down by the Seaside out of a Royal Majesty mare. Got back on winning track last week in Ottawa, won the race, but was placed 4th for interference.
Number 4, It's Time to Cody. Pierce Henry in the bike for Robert Brooks. Tom Little is the owner. This is a Lost in Time gelding by the No Pan Intended mare Greystone alone. 6 starts this year, has 1 third-place finish. Only got 1 race in last year as a 2-year-old.
Rose Run All-Star, Darren Dowler up. Darren's also the trainer and co-owns along with H. Bettler, Heidi Ratliff, and Don Tiger, R. Tiger, excuse me. This is a well-said colt out of a Badlands Hanover mare, Crying Game. 13 starts last year, 1 win. That was in 2-1 at Marysville. Has just had 2 starts this year at Paulding and Circleville. And paced in, but earlier, in the end of last year, as a 2-year-old, this horse was in the Fair Consolation and paced in 56-3.
Number 6, All Bull and No Beef. Jacob Baird the bike. He trains and owns as well. This is a Bullville gelding out of the former Little Brown Jug participant, Presidential Ball, a mare with Shay's Pony. 12 starts this year. Only 1 second and 1 third-place finish. It's off to a good start last year as a 2-year-old with 10 out of 14 in the money.
Believe in Tom and Mark St. Louis Jr. will start from the 7. Trainer Steve Novak, owner Gerald Migel, a long Tom colt out of the Believe in Bruiser mare, Believe in Wacko. Gerald Migel also was the breeder on this horse. It says just had 4 starts this year, but 2 wins already. 54-3 and 54-2, back-to-back wins at Northfield Park. So looks like the horses are headed to the gate. This is the 175th Marion County Fair, which is truly amazing.
I heard you guys mentioning dates yesterday, and of course I always love it when Doug's around because he's our, kind of our in-house historian.
Yes.
And 175 years.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
The slogan for this year is Under the Big Top, and if you go to those 4-H exhibit tents or exhibit buildings, there are a ton of Under the Big Top exhibitions. So
awesome. Pretty
nice. So let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the first on the second day of Marion.
There, off and pacing the first horse away is Black Streak. On the outside second is Down by the Parade. Moving up third is All Bull and No Beef. Up on the outside fourth, now comes Believe in Tom. Racing along at the rail fifth is Already Won. On the outside sixth, that's It's Time to Cody. And the last horse at this point is Rose Run All-Star. As they head down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Believe in Tom on top by 1 length. Racing at the rail second is Black Streak, given by Emmanuel Miller, with Nick Clegg has Down by the Parade right there third, followed by All No and No Beef, All Bull and No Beef, driven by Jacob Baird fourth. First quarter paced in 32 seconds. 30 and 2/5 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Believe in Tom bringing the horses down toward the half. Sitting right there second is Black Streak. Third is Down by the Parade. All Bull and No Beef paces in their fourth. Racing fifth is Already Won. Up on the outside sixth is Rose Run All-Star. The last horse is It's Time to Cody. First half paced in 1:02. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Believe in Tom. The closest horse second is Black Streak. Racing third is Down by the Parade. In their fourth is All Bull and No Beef. Moving up on the outside fifth is Already Won. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. Believe in Tom shows on top now. Nick Clegg has Down by the Parade flying on the outside second. Black Streak is third.
133.
3/4 pace in 1:33. As they race around that upper turn to head for Peter. Down by the Parade sticks his nose out in front on the outside. Coming back second along the rail is Believe in Tom. Black Streak right there third, followed by All Bull and No Beef fourth. Moving up on the outside fifth comes Already Won. As they race through the lane, that's Down by the Parade, Black Streak. Down by the Parade, Believe in Tom and Black Streak. Down by the Parade and Believe in Tom. It's going to be Down by the Parade, and here's the outcome. Believe in Tom holds on for place with Black Streak for show.
What was that, 206 and 1?
Your time.
Was in 2:06 and 1/5.
So that mile in 2:06 and 1, down by the parade, pulled and kind of just went right to the top after that.
Sure did. Interesting split of the halves there. 102 for the first half, 104 for the back half.
Yeah. And that was the way it was yesterday. They were coming home pretty slow. It seems to be a little bit of a tiring track, even though it looks great. And I think that it's in very good shape, but it still gets a little tired. I believe that we did have the signature pace went in 2, 4, and 3 yesterday, but otherwise this is the second fastest race of the meet so far.
Every time I look at the Clegg horses and their number of starts,
Yeah.
you know, just such a hard-working family group. I mean,
Yeah.
they are all over.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I see that.
Betty may try and find a different path over
Yeah.
here next time. That was pretty treacherous.
Where the winners go, coming in from Matamoros, Pennsylvania, comes number 3, Down by the Parade. Owned by Kimber Clegg, trained by Betty Clegg, and driven to victory here this morning by Nick Clegg. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Wall Brothers Stable. Of course, we have several divisions, I think 5 divisions of this race, so we'll have to wait until after the 5th division to determine the actual blanket winner. But the winner of race 1 is Down by the Parade. Let's have a big hand here for the Cleggs and Down by the Parade and the Wall Brothers Stable, the donors of the blanket.
Well, we'll get the complete rundown from Bill in just a moment, but it is so muddy on the inside, the inside of the infield, I guess I should say.
They really should have an all-wheel drive vehicle for these guys to just.
They were yesterday. They were bringing over, and then all of a sudden it stopped, and we thought maybe it got stuck someplace.
It really, yeah.
Look,
It feels worse today, way worse today.
I think they're changing their route here.
Yeah.
There's no good answer. I walked across there after I dropped off the equipment. There's none of it good.
Yeah, and it's so slick.
Yep.
You could just be crashing
Yeah.
any moment.
Well, it was a pretty exciting first race to start the day.
It was.
A couple of horses jumped out. 7 horse made it to the front before the quarter. And like you said, Nick just kind of sat as patiently as he can and pulled at the right moment and kind of drew off a little bit. Good effort for Manny Miller out there in second place with that horse. That's 2 good races in a row for Black Streak as well. But Down by the Parade, down by the Seaside Gelding from the Royal Majesty Mare Gracie's Parade. Second win of the season.
1 from the top. Number 1 already won was 6th. Number 2, Black Streak was 3rd. Number 3, Down by the Parade was the winner. Number 4, It's Times to Cody was 5th. Number 5, Rose Run All-Star was 7th. Number 6, All Bull and No Beef was 4th. And number 7, Believe in Tom was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 30 2/5. The half was in 1:02. The 3/4 in 1:33 with a mile in 2:06 and 1/5. From the top it should read 6:31.574. 2 on the bottom. The mile in 2:06 and 1/5.
Young Ranger Steck did pretty good. I mean, he finished 6th, but I mean, he got
Set a
around
good
there
mile.
pretty good.
Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
like we talked before the
Yeah.
race, the rail's a tough spot to be today. Probably it's where the track is the worst is down probably in the 1 pass. So.
Right. Yeah, soft start.
Ron Steck had TBA down on all his horses, so maybe he'll get another crack at it
Maybe,
later
awesome.
in the card.
Awesome.
The nice thing about him is he sits nice in the bike.
Yep.
You know, he just sits kind of quiet, like a quiet driver. I like that.
Like
I think
Dexter.
Kid's got a future. Yeah, like Dexter.
Chris Page. He
Yeah.
prefers
Like
Chris
Chris.
Page.
Okay, okay. Like Chris. I get that. I get that. When we come back for the second, it'll be our first 2-year-old colt trot of the afternoon. Smart Call Property Services be the sponsor.
I think that this has got to be the fastest last half of the meet so far. They came home in 3 and 3.
3 and 3. Yep.
That's a really good last half on this track.
We should offer congratulations to the owners,
Yeah.
Rosie Weaver.
Okay.
Whoops.
Okay, so there is an
Stopped just
objection.
in time.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see who
Who
did that. They
objected
may
to
be
who?
down here to.
We lost the stream somehow.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
And Cabby D LLC, trained by Rosie Weaver and driven to victory this morning by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Smart Call Property Services. Again, we have several divisions of this race. This is the winner of the first division. Let's do a big hand here for Rosie Weaver, Drew Neal, and Eckert Hill Brady, and to Smart Call Property Services, the donors of the blanket.
so you think we lost the feed?
I think so.
Yeah. Here comes the judges too.
Yeah, I don't have it. I don't have it. We lost the feed and I wasn't recording.
Yep, we don't have it. Sorry.
We're live on YouTube right now, but it completely went down.
Okay.
And they came back on YouTube, but I have to start it right over on Facebook.
Okay, I'm gonna text Frank and let him know.
Of all races.
I know. Okay, it looks like we are back on Facebook and YouTube. We are not sure what happened. We just lost the signal. So I'm sorry to those of you who missed it. We do not even have the final official rundown for you yet. There was an inquiry, so the judges are talking to the driver, so it'll be just a little while on that. It did not affect the winning horse, though, which was Eckerd Hill Brady. Drew Neal drove for trainer Rosie Weaver. Nice Mile went down the half in 10, mile in 13 and 3. That's a pretty good last half on this track.
Last quarter in 32 flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff there.
Yeah, so we apologize for that. It just didn't. We don't know exactly what happened.
The objection has been allowed. Here are the official placings. Race 2 from the top. Number 1, Golden Enterprise, finished 6th, was placed 5th. Number 2, TC's Naughty Boy, finished 3rd, was placed 6th for interference while on a break. Number 3, October Wind, finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Number 4, Eckerd Hill Brady was the winner. Number 5, Dublin Sydney was 2nd. And number 6, Casing More Checks, finished 5th, was placed 4th. Time in the first quarter was 34 and 1/5. The half was in 1:10. The 3/4 in 1:41 and 3/5, with a mile in 2:13 and 3/5. From the top, it should read 5:63, 1:24, a mile in 2:13 and 3/5. In the upcoming race 3, scratch the number 5 horse, Ob's Ock. Scratch the number 5 horse, Ob's Ock.
Okay, so there were your results for race 2. We did have a placing that was due to interference at the beginning of the mile. I think a couple of them made breaks. You said that they got really close.
They got really close going into that first turn.
So again, we apologize about being down for that race. We just are not quite sure what happened, but
we're back.
We're back.
And we've got 18 more for all of us today.
Lots of races.
Braden
Rhodes on the 6 in this next race. We scratched the 5 in race number 3. I don't know if we're about ready for the post parade.
I'm not sure. Is that ours, or are they still warming up?
Okay.
No, because no 7 in this race. Good, we're going to be able to start over with 3 changes. But I think we've got plenty of time. Shall we do the rundown, or you want to do a break?
I think we're going to have post parade soon, don't you? There's 5 of them out there.
Oh, they're out there? Okay.
Yeah, so I think we'll do the post parade, then we'll go over the horses.
Perfect.
Colt pace, going for a purse of $3,188 and a blanket courtesy of Wall Brothers Stable. 1 is Journey's Sharp Edge, all by Gordon Brookhart of Westerville, Ohio, and Ron Stack of Marengo, Ohio, trained by Ron Stack, the driver Curtis Harper. Number 2 is Cleveland Top Rookie, owned and trained by Phil Groves of Sydney, the driver Alex Hawk. Number 3 is Cruisin' Over Fire, all by Myron Kester of Sydney, Ohio, Nysonger Stable LLC of Lebanon, Ohio, and Benson Roth of New Albany, Ohio, trained by Jeff Nysonger. The driver is Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Eddie Nine Toes, all by Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated, Orlando, Florida, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 5, Ob's Ock has been drawn. And number 6 is Fear Romeo, all by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg. The driver is Braden Rhodes. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate.
Are we on?
Yeah,
We're good?
yeah.
Okay, so let's take a look at these horses a little deeper in the third. This is the 3-year-old Colt Pace. From the rail out, Journey's Sharp Edge. Curtis Harper in the bike for Ron Steck. Gordon Brookhart. Ronnie Steck share ownership. A Do Me That Again gelding from the Dragon Again mare riding at a storm. It's had 6 starts so far this year, 1 first and 1 second place finish. Got an impressive mark of 153 and 3 at Scioto, and had a great year last year as a 2-year-old, 9 out of 10 in the money, and a 156 and 4 during Jug Week. Number 2, Cleveland Top Rookie, Alex Hawk for Philip Groves. Philip owns as well. So Catch the Fire gelding from the artificial mare, Call Me Cowgirl. 7 starts this year, 1 win, 2 second place finishes. Last year, 13 starts, came in second twice and third twice. It's an Ohio select sale purchase for $20,000. Number 3, Cruising Over Fire, Mark St. Louis on the bike for Jeff Neisinger. A Catch the Fire gelding from the Yankee Cruiser mare, Cruise On Ashley. Coster, Neisinger, and Roth share ownership. 10 starts so far this year. A win by distance out of the second tier at Ottawa last week. 2 wins and 1 second so far this year. Number 4, Eddie Nine Toes. Hank Levan trains and drives. Winchester Bay Acres owns. A Me So Fast gelding from the Western Terror mare, Safe from Terror. Number 5 is Scratch. Number 6, Fear Romeo. Brandon Rhodes in the bike for Betty Clegg. Kimber Clegg is the owner. Fear the Dragon Colt from the Always a Virgin mare, Lady Capulet. Horses are approaching the starting gate, and they're at the last turn and on their way to the stretch. Again, this is 3-year-old Colt Pace, purse of $3,188. Let's take it upstairs for the call of the third.
Here, off and pacing the first horse away is Cruising Over Fire. And their second is Cleveland Top Rookie. Up on the outside third is Eddie Nine Toes. Racing at the rail fourth is Journey's Sharp Edge. And the last horse is Fear Romeo. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Hank Levan has Eddie Nine Toes on top by a length and a half. Racing second is Cruising Over Fire, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Third it is Fear Romeo. Number 3, that is racing in their third is Cleveland Top Rookie, driven by Alex Hawk. Racing fourth is Journey's Sharp Edge, driven by Curtis Harper, and the last horse, Fear Romeo, driven by Braden Rhodes. First quarter paced in 31 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Eddie Nine Toes with the lead. Racing second is Cruising Over Fire. Racing in their third is Cleveland Top Rookie. Moving up on the outside fourth as they come down toward the half-mile mark, that is Journey's Sharp Edge. And the last horse is Fear Romeo. 5 pacers pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. On the outside now with the lead is Cruising Over Fire. At the rail second is Eddie Nine Toes. On the outside third is Journey's Sharp Edge.
5, 4, and 3. Go ahead. 1, 4, 3.
First half paced in 1:04 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. With the lead is Cruising Over Fire. Racing up on the outside second is Eddie Nine Toes. At the rail third, that's Cleveland Top Rookie. On the outside fourth is Journey Sharp Edge, and Fear Romeo trails. Past that 3/4 mile mark, that's still Cruising Over Fire with the lead. Eddie Nine Toes on the outside second.
That's good. 134.2.
3/4 in, 134 2/5. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Eddie Nine Toes sticks his nose out in front. Coming back second is Cruising Over Fire. Racing third, Cleveland Top Rookie, and charging up on the outside now comes Journey Sharp Edge. As they race toward home, that is still Cruising Over Fire, but Cleveland Top Rookie closing fast on the outside. That's Eddie Nine Toes, Eddie Nine Toes and Cleveland Top Rookie. It's Eddie Nine Toes. Cleveland Top Rookie up for place, up for show is Cruising Over Fire. A mile in 2:06 2/5.
So that mile in 2:06 and 2 off a half and 4 and 3. Kind of a nice last half.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quite different than yesterday. Yesterday we were coming home in 10.
Well, they get in those tracks in the first half, and then they, get back in them again in the second
Yeah.
half. It takes a little bit out of them.
Track is considerable better today. So it looked like Eddie Nine Toes would be his second win of the year. Also won at Paulding in 2-1 and 4. Had a couple of seconds, so racing really well. The Miso Fast.
Miso standing at the Emerald Farms of Lee and Al Efferstein in Magnolia, Kentucky.
So he moved to Kentucky for 25.
24 and 25, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
24 and
25, I think. The story, as I know little bits and pieces of it, it was owned by a gentleman. Miso was owned by a gentleman that was getting out of the business, that was friends with the Effersteins, and they made a deal, and Lee and Al took him over, and so far it's been good. I know Bo Brown had a couple of the babies last year. I'm not sure if Eddie was one of those or not, or if Hank's had Eddie for his whole life. But, yeah, they're doing good. I think there's 3 or 4 of them that are out now between Kentucky and Ohio, so the Misos are coming along. Not like the Summa Cum Laudes are coming along. My goodness. That's a heck of a first-year crop.
Yeah.
We should get the rundown here in just a couple of seconds.
Thank everybody for hanging in with us. We know that we went off the air for a little bit, but we are back, and hopefully we'll stay back.
From Orlando, Florida, comes number 4, Eddie Nine Toes, owned by Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated, trained and driven to victory by Hank Levan. Now we'll have a picture taken of this horse with the Wall Brothers stable blanket, but this horse has no chance of winning the blanket.
I heard something about this one that somebody named Eddie only had 9 toes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that simplifies it,
I'm not
right?
100% sure about that. Hank Levan is continuing to be a hot driver.
Wow.
This gives him, he had 6 yesterday, and
consistently top 5 in everything at the fairs, isn't he?
Yeah.
Let's have a big hand here for Hank Levan and Eddie Nine Toes and the Wall Brothers stable, the donors of the blanket.
I misspoke. Hank had 4 yesterday and 1 today, so now he's at 5. So we'll get that official rundown for you in just a second.
Yeah.
We were talking about the fair and where it was. The first fair was in 1851, and it was on the lawn outside the county courthouse. Total receipts for that first fair came to $196.
175 years ago?
Yes.
So that's probably, about 7 million
Yeah,
these days?
something like that, yep. So by 1853, so just 2 years later, they had outgrown the courthouse lawn, and they relocated the event to Copeland Woods. And then 4 years later, they purchased 3 acres of land and moved the event there. So
3 acres.
Number 1, Journey Sharp Edge was 4th. Number 2, Cleveland Top Rookie was 2nd. Number 3, Cruisin' Over Fire was 3rd. Number 4, Eddie Nine Toes was the winner. Number 5, Ob's Ock had been drawn. And number 6, Fear Romeo was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 104 and 3/5. The 3 quarters in 134 and 2/5, with a mile in 206 and 2/5. From the top, it should read 4, 2, 3, 1 scratch 5, a mile in 206 and 2/5. In the upcoming race 4, number 5, Trottin' Marseille. The driver is Drew Neal. Drew Neal driving number 5, Trottin' Marseille. Need a representative of
Can you just imagine? It was the third move of the fair. They got it to 3 acres.
Yes, yes. So we actually didn't move to this particular location until 1868. So they purchased 26 acres of land for $12,200, and this is where the fair is now.
157 years, right where we are.
Yeah, that's
pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Okay, so that's 3 in the books. We'll be back with race number 4 after these messages.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
For 100 years, the values at BNSF Insurance have been clear. Do the right thing. These values have been at the forefront of what we do, and that will never change. But as the world changes, so must our business. That's why the time is right to change our name to CoverLink. When tragedy strikes, we protect our clients, we cover. And the connection of our values of doing what is right is the link. Combine the two and you get CoverLink. While our name has changed, nothing else has changed. Great service from great people. CoverLink Insurance.
Okay, we are back for race number 4. I wanted to tell you a little something. I was looking at that newspaper we were talking about of all of the different events. And tonight and Thursday night at 8:30 in the Coliseum, so the big Coliseum over there, they're going to be showing Home in Indiana, which is a harness racing film that was released in 1944. Scenes were partially filmed here at the Marion County Fair.
How cool is that?
So they're going to be showing that for two different showings, 8:30 p.m. tonight and Thursday night. So kind of cool.
That is very cool.
Yeah.
That is very cool. Fourth race coming up shortly.
You're right.
A semi-short field of 5 two-year-old colt trotters. 2 of whom are making their first laps around the track.
Looking forward to the 3. What Luck, Ernie Ayers. That was the trainer of Hurricane Hazel.
Hurricane Hazel.
And
oh wow.
Had, I think he has the Dam Vegas Sunset still. I don't know. What was the other one? Hurricane Hazel, and then she had a younger sister.
Hydraulic. Is that Hydraulic Hazel?
Hydraulic Hazel. And then, what was the other one?
I don't know. What was the other one?
I don't know. But Hydroplated Henry was also a nice horse, that one that he bred.
How far across the border is Sand Creek?
It's a while.
Is it?
Yeah, they actually go to Wauseon, I think, to train some from up in that area. Brian and Travis Boring do, because they have a real nice track there in Wauseon, but Wauseon's not terribly close to here either. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not.
So we got quite a few horses warming up. See, when we first came this morning, they were scooping out dirt out of the middle, because that right in back of the tote board, that whole area last night was just like ramps. So they must have been hopping over, taking those mud trucks over the top of those, and they were scooping it all out.
I didn't know if they were repairing or preparing.
Yeah, yes.
It was the work they were doing.
So always a lot of dirt to move at a fairgrounds, it seems like.
Always.
4. This is the second division of the 2-year-old colt trot, going for a purse of $3,147 and a blanket courtesy of Smart Call Property Services. And one is Dublin's Felix, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, and Ron Burks of Cypress, Texas, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is Baby Beast, owned by Frederick Reed IV of Delaware, Ohio, trained by Ron Stack, the driver Curtis Harper. Number 3 is What Luck, owned and trained by Ernie Ayers of Sand Creek, Michigan, the driver Greg Batesy. Number 4 is K-Fyro, owned by Charles Bolin of Jeffersonville, Ohio, trained by James Bolin Jr., the driver Charles Bolin. And number 5 is Trotton Marseille, Owned and trained by Bill Webb at Defiance, the driver Drew Neal. Horses will take
Desert Haze and Hydraulic Hazel.
Okay,
Yes, yeah.
there you go.
I can't believe I forgot that.
There you go.
You knew it would come to you. So we'll take a closer look at these 2-year-olds. There's not a lot to say about a few of them because
Yeah.
they have had no start. So from the rail, we have Dublin's Felix and Emmanuel Miller. This was just a $3,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale, an enterprise out of a muscle hair mare, Fox Catcher. Herman Hagerman trains, Hagerman Racing, and Ronald Burks from Cypress, Texas are the owners.
Anybody catch the driver on the 2?
Curtis Harper.
Thank you. We'll be on Baby Beast. Ron Steck trains. Frederick Reed from Delaware, Ohio, owns this creatine colt out of the Cincinnati Kid mare. She, a trotting kid. Went up to Delaware to qualify last week and came out of the 4-hole and broke at the gate. So we'll see what happens today with Curtis.
From the 3, What Luck? Greg Bateson drives for trainer, owner, and breeder Ernest Ayers. This is a What the Hill colt out of a Cincinnati Kid mare, Lucky Roll. Ellen's Lucky Roll, excuse me.
Number 4, Kafiro. Let's try that. Kafiro. Charlie Bolin drives for James Bolin. Charles Bolin owns a Team 6 gelding from the Equinox by mare Here's Ethel. 2 starts this year at a 3rd place finish at Ottawa last week.
And Trotton Marseille, Bill Webb trains, owns, and bred. Drew Neal will drive. This is of course, a Marseille out of a Pegasus spur mare, Trotting Brook. This horse started 1 start up at Paulding, finished 3rd, was back by about 10 lengths, but trotted in 2:13. Kind of nice for his first start.
I have no challenge with any of the breeding of these horses. I mean, every single one of them's got somebody good in their family.
Yeah.
Two's a brother to Beast of Delaware that Ron Steck had. That was very, very nice horse.
Very nice horse.
Yeah, this could be a good one, as long as everybody keeps their distance. They're 2-year-olds
Yeah.
on an off track, but just
It's like we got Cleggs are racing out of the infield today. They moved over a little bit further because it was quite a haul for Betty to get over here yesterday. She had to come clear from the backside. She had a long walk to the winner's circle yesterday. They moved a little bit closer.
She probably gets over that pretty quick, huh?
Yeah.
Having to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once she gets in front of the horse.
Looks like the horses are headed to the gate.
2-year-old colt trotters, purse of $3,147. See an umbrella up, but I don't see any rain. I don't hear any rain.
It's a light drizzle.
Yeah.
Is there something happening there?
If you take one of your
Then I'll hear
ears
it.
things off, you'll hear it.
I don't want to. Let's take it upstairs for the call of the 4th.
The off and trotting. The first horse away is Baby Beast. Up on the outside second is K. Firo. Racing in their 3rd, that's What Luck. Moving in their 4th is Trotton Marseille. And the last horse is Dublin's Felix. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, to race toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end, that is Baby Beast, driven by Curtis Harper. Racing in their 2nd is What Luck, driven by Greg Bateson. Moving along 3rd, that's Trotton Marseille, driven by Drew Neal. Racing in their 4th, that's K. Firo, driven by Charles Bolin. And farther back 5th is Dublin's Felix, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Front 4 pretty well bunched as they go to the quarter-mile mark. That's Baby Beast showing on top, but porting in the pressure on the outside now is What Luck.
37.
First quarter trotted in 37 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That is Baby Beast along the rail with the lead. On the outside second is What Luck. Racing third is Trottin' Marseille. Racing fourth is K. Fyro, and farther back fifth is Dublin's Felix. Coming down to a half-mile mark. Out there on the front end on the outside, that is What Luck. Down at the rail second, that is Baby Beast. Third at the rail is Trottin' Marseille. On the outside fourth, K. Fyro, and then comes Dublin's Felix.
114.
First half trotted in 114. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Baby Beast along the rail and What Luck on the outside battling it out. Moving up on the outside third now is K. Fyro. Fourth along the rail is Trottin' Marseille, and then comes Dublin's Felix. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. What Luck takes over on the outside. Coming back low along the rail. The second is Baby Beast. On the outside third, that is K. Fyro, and off stride fourth goes Trottin' Marseille. And the last horse is Dublin's Felix. Past that 3/4 mile mark, that's What Luck now by 2 lengths.
149.2.
3/4 trotted in 149 and 2/5. As I race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's What Luck with the lead. On the outside, trying to go on once again is Baby Beast. What Luck and Baby Beast as they race through the lane. What Luck on the outside, Baby Beast comes down to the inside now. What Luck and Baby Beast and K. Fyro. What Luck and K. Fyro. It's going to be What Luck, and here the outcome. K. Fyro up for place, up for show is Baby Beast.
223.
A mile and 2:23.
So that mile in 2:23, that will not be a standard mile.
Back half in 9, which is actually probably pretty good out of this track right
That's
now.
right. That's right. But it will not be a record.
Wow.
I think it'll say no standard time, if I remember right, how that works. But
Boy, Greg kept him way out wide there,
Oh,
kind of where the
yeah.
track's a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I was trying to figure
Firmer.
out why he pulled out of the 2-hole. And then I'm thinking, well, he probably can't see.
yeah,
So maybe just to go out here and take it nice and easy, and didn't really put his foot all the way down on the pedal until he needed to.
yeah.
The 3/4 pole, and then it was see you later. But good call there, Matt, on the Ernie Ayers combination.
Yeah,
Pretty impressive.
He brings him ready.
Yeah, that's very cool. Thanks for sharing that early enough for me to make a bet.
Well, he went from 99 to 1 to 11 to 1. I thought maybe he did get down.
No, I was going to yell down to our dude down here behind us.
Yeah, you could probably
See if I could
pass
get
money
one
right
in.
through the grandstand.
I know.
Somebody asked who won the second race, and that was Eckert Hill Brady in 2:13 and 3. So Eckert Hill Brady won the second. We know that we went off air there for a little bit, so we are now back.
And it's good to be here. Nice day. Where we're sitting.
Where we're sitting, yeah.
Nice day.
A little bit different for the horsemen, isn't it? So here comes What Luck back to the winner's circle.
Is that him?
Yeah, Ernie, yeah.
I was walking through the barns with him this morning. Didn't know his name.
Owned and trained by Ernie Ayers and driven to victory here this afternoon by Greg Bateson. Blanket for this race is Smart Call Property Service. The picture will be taken, but this horse will not win this blanket. Let's have a big hand here for Ernie Ayers, Ellen Belmore, Elizabeth Diamond, Greg Bateson, and What Luck, and the Smart Call Property Services, the donors of the blanket.
What Luck, 25.40.
No place or show money on him.
No place to show money. And what is that?
The exact
All
is
four.
all four.
All
Yeah.
four.
I could have had some Wagner's pork sandwiches
All
with that. If you do make it out to the Marion County Fair, we tried that yesterday, and it is fantastic.
Where is it?
I mean, I
it
could
right
throw
here?
a rock and hit it. It's
Yeah.
right behind the grandstand.
That's lunch,
Yep,
huh?
right over there, yeah.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Great.
David Myrick said, smart drive by Bateson, stayed up in the track where the footing is probably better.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you can see it.
Quarters in 149 and 2/5 with a mile in 2:23. From the top it should read 5-3-1 2, 4 on the bottom, a mile and 2:23. And the upcoming race 5, number 2, Smith and Western. Change the driver to Greg Bateson. Greg Bateson will drive number 2, Smith and Western in race 5.
Race 5, 2-year-old colt pace.
It's steadily raining now.
Yeah,
it's just not going to.
Kind of made the track
Oops.
real tacky again, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was pretty dry there for a while. It looked pretty good for a while, but now it is getting. But it's just this constant, and it's more than a drizzle.
They
it's
probably
rain.
got 3 inches in the last 2 days,
Oh
don't
my
you think,
God!
at least?
I would think. So it was said yesterday. I wonder where the rain gauge at Marion is, because right here at the fairgrounds they got a lot. So we're going to take a short break, and then hopefully we'll be back with race number 5.
Bell Fountain, the county seat of Logan County, 48 miles northwest of Columbus, is home to Campbell Hill, which at 1,549 feet above sea level is the highest point in Ohio. The name means beautiful spring in French, as the original travelers found lots of springs in the area. With over 56 newly renovated buildings downtown, in 2023, the city of over 14,000 was named one of the best hometowns in Ohio. There are numerous golf courses and camping sites, and it's a perfect starting point for your adventures. Visit Ohio Cabins in nearby Libertyville as you descend 40 feet underground and see stones that glow in the dark. Or take a day at the 5,100-acre Indian Lake. Built in the 1850s and the second largest man-made reservoir in Ohio, is a great time to be had by boating and fishing. In downtown Bell Fountain, it's a short walk, and I do mean a short walk, on McKinley Street, which, at a total of 20 feet, 6.1 meters for you metric chaps, is the shortest street in America. Then stop by Court Avenue, the oldest concrete street in the United States, set in 1891. A quick stroll brings you to a fully restored Hall and Theater, which has been host to performances since the 1930s. This all comes together at the Logan County Fair, which runs from July 7th to July 12th, and be sure to catch the thrills and excitement of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference stake races on Monday, July 7th and Tuesday, July 8th. Host time at 6 p.m. It's all Bella Bella and Bell Fountain.
We're back.
Just in time for the upcoming 5th race. It's interesting, we've had 2 divisions so far of the 2-year-old colt trots. The first one went in 2:13 and 3, and the one just completed went in 2:23 and 3.
Mm-hmm. It really is a completely different racing surface than when we got here, though. I mean, I cannot believe how tacky this thing got that quick.
That quick, yeah.
Because it's pretty deep at this point. Looks like down in the first turn here. Looks like it got pretty chewed up there in that last race. What?
Is he scraping or mudding down there? Spreading.
Looks like he's got the screen behind it.
Yeah, I mean, that first turn is lane 1 looks closed.
Yeah.
You know what? It's not like there's a single participant here between a driver and a trainer that hasn't faced similar adversity at some point.
Yep.
I mean, we race in the summer in the Midwest. I mean, there's no getting around it.
I was going to get her bread, but she didn't come in to eat. Before I left Florida.
We're back. We're just resting.
You're just resting?
Yes.
Taking it all in.
We're taking it
Yeah.
all in. Yeah, exactly. Can't get that sandwich out of my head now.
Oh,
In like 3 minutes, it's still like forefront.
we had bratwurst. That's what we had, but they have a large variety of stuff. They have rib sandwiches and sausage sandwiches and
What'd
all
put
pork.
What'd you put on your brat?
That's what you guys asked yesterday, and I thought that barbecue sauce.
Just barbecue sauce?
Yeah, with pickles on the side.
I've never tried that barbecue sauce, but
On a brat.
I tried it. I mean,
It was good.
Going for a purse of $3,934. And a blanket courtesy of Lois J. Fisher and Associates. Number 1 is Seaside L. Owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio. Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises, Sylvania, Ohio. And Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio. Trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 2 is Smith and Western. Owned by Red Rock Racing LLC of Convoy, Ohio. Trained by Chad Williamson, the driver, Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Working Up a Lather. Owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania. Trained by Betty Clegg, the driver is Nick Clegg. Number 4 is Mama's Holy Tear. Owned by Darrell Baird and Nathaniel Baird of Mount Blanchard, Ohio. Trained by Darrell Baird, the driver Jacob Baird. Number 5 is Rated PJ. Owned by David and Patricia Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio. Trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Pierce Henry. And number 6 is ATI Barley the King. Owned by Power Play Racing 87 LLC of Medina, Ohio. Trained and driven by James Day. Horses will take one score.
Okay, so let's take a closer look at the horses in this. The 5th race, Seaside L, Hank Levan up. Hank also trains for Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing, R. Fries, and M. Levan. A Down by the Seaside out of an Art Major mare, Grizzly Mama. This horse has had 3 starts, finished 4th at Paulding, 3rd at Circleville, and 5th place 4th at Ottawa. Pace in 2, 4, and 4 at Circleville. That was the fastest he's been. A $22,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Number 2 is Smith and Western. Chad Williamson trains. Greg Bateson in the bike for Red Rock Racing. This is a Western fame colt out of the great Sunshine Beach mare, Sunshine Leela. 2 lifetime starts at the fairs, a 4th and a 3rd. Was a $10,000 purchase, the Ohio Select sale.
Team Clegg sends out Working Up a Lather up out of a Some Beach Somewhere mare, Beach Work. This horse was sold for $6,000 at the Ohio Selected sale. Has had 3 starts and a qualifier. I did going to pick out the qualifier because that was a pretty good mile there up at Northfield. Pacing 58 and 2, came home in 29 and 2.
What a sloppy track.
Yeah.
That is impressive. Number 4, Mama's Holy Terror. Jacob Baird for Darrell Baird, who owns, along with Nathaniel Baird. This is a Western Terror gelding from the All-American Native mare Mother's Day Miracle. First time around the track, and it was a homebred for the Bairds.
Robert Brooks sends out Rated PJ. Pierce Henry will drive for David and Patricia Jury from Bucyrus, Ohio. This is a summa cum laude out of a sports writer mare, Alfie's Girl. Has had 2 starts, raced at Paulding, finished 2nd, raced really well there in 2-5, finished 4th at Ottawa in 2-6. But in between there, went up to Delaware for a qualifier, finished 4th, came home in 29 and 2, and paced a mile in 2-1 and 4.
Number 6, Atta Barley T.H. King. James Day trains and drives. Power Play Racing 87 at the owners. Charlie Bailey is the colt. Tell Her Like It Is mare, Real Foxy Lady. Qualified at Northfield in 59 and 4. Last half of 59 and 2. And probably ready to go today from the 2nd tier.
Yeah, absolutely. We are still scoring just 4. So we've got... the horses are all starting way on the outside of the track, staying away from down the inside. It's kind of it sounds like it stopped raining. I don't hear the rain anymore on this metal roof. Yeah, maybe it'll blow this rain right out of here, we hope. We were talking a little bit yesterday about the Holton series, the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series. Next up is at Bucyrus. And we were getting asked to talk about it so that maybe we get some more horses and drivers in that. And at Bucyrus, it's called the Playboy Hanover Terry Holton Driving Series. Playboy Hanover was a really good horse that Terry Holton had. We were talking about it and saying, we think he started in the jug, and we weren't quite sure. And we got quite a few answers. I even had an email from Bruce Brinkerhoff, who is with the Ohio and Kentucky Selected sales, and he said, yeah, Playboy Hanover was 4th and 8th in heats of the Little Brown Jug when he raced, so was indeed a good horse. So we thank everybody for giving that information. it's so cool that if we don't know something right away, we get everybody answering for us. So thanks for that. So the 5th race coming up, they're in the turn. The gate is in motion, and we'll turn it over to Bill Peters.
Here, off and pacing the first horse away is Working Up a Lather. Racing in there second is Smith & Western. At the rail third is Seaside L. Moving up fourth is Rated PJ. Racing fifth is ATI Barley the King, and the last horse is Mama's Holy Terror. As they race down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark, Nick Clegg has Working Up a Lather on top by 3 lengths. Racing in there second is Smith & Western, driven by Greg Bateson. Racing on third is Seaside L, driven by Hank Levin. Flying up on the outside, fourth, now third, now second, and going after the leader is Rated PJ, driven by Pierce Henry, and Rated PJ now takes over. Racing in there fifth is Seaside L, driven by Hank Levin, and farther back sixth, that's Mama's Holy Terror, driven by Jacob Barron.
34.
First quarter paced in 34 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to race down toward the half-mile mark. With the lead, that is Rated PJ. Racing up on the outside second now, it is ATI Barley the King. At the rail third, Working Up a Lather. At the rail fourth, Smith & Western. Racing fifth is Seaside L, and the last horse is Mama's Holy Terror.
5-1.
First half paced in 105 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They got to catch Rated PJ. On the outside second is ATI Barley the King. At the rail third, that's Working Up a Lather. Flying up on the outside, 3 wide comes Smith & Western. Looking for racing room is Seaside L. Front 5 well bunched as they race past that 3/4 mile mark. With the lead on the outside now is Smith & Western. At the rail second is Rated PJ.
36 and 2.
3/4 in 136 and 2/5. As they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's Smith & Western with the lead. Racing in there second is Rated PJ. Third is Working Up a Lather. As they race through the lane, that's Smith & Western, Rated PJ, and Working Up a Lather. But past the stands, looks like the money for this race is going to go to Convoy, Ohio, with Smith & Western. Up for place is Rated PJ. Up for show is Working Up a Lather.
209 and 3.
A mile in 2:09 and 3/5.
Greg might be onto something out there in the 6 path.
Yeah,
Yes.
how about that?
Yes,
Yeah,
he's
yeah, smart move. Oh,
this horse does not like the mud
Yeah.
whatsoever.
4 is not a fan of the off-going.
No,
pretty horse.
Yeah.
yeah, he certainly is not. You're at the huge moves that were made up the backside, both going to the half and going to the finish. I mean, they were big moves.
Yeah, I mean, Pierce was literally just sitting fifth, and then boom, he looked up. By the time he passed the flag at the hot dog stand, he was in the lead.
Yeah, yep. I did not catch the quarter, but they
No, me either.
did go to the half in 5 and 1, a mile in 2:09 and 3.
Yep, 104 and 2 back half, pretty good. Well, the rail is sloppy. The 2 and 3 are good. The 4 and 5 are fair.
Yeah, yeah.
6 lane is the only fast one out here.
It's always so strange to look down and see them coming around the turn, and they're way out. It just looks really odd.
Chad Williamson had a winner yesterday, and I cannot think of the horse's name.
I can find that for you. I finished second with Cinderbella.
Oh. I could have swore he got his picture taken yesterday.
from Convoy, Ohio, comes number 2, Smith and Western, owned by Red Rock Racing LLC, trained by Chad Williamson, and driven to victory by Greg Bateson. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Lois J. Fisher and Associates. Again, there are several divisions of this race, so we'll have to wait until the final division to determine who the actual blanket winner will be. Let's have a big hand here for Chad Williamson, Tim Bolenbaugh, Greg Bateson, and Smith and Western, and the Lois J. Fisher and Associates, the donors of the blanket.
Chad Williamson did win a race yesterday with City of Fear, 2-year-old filly pace.
Pretty good meet for him then. A couple wins in a second.
Absolutely. All right, $2 across on the 5. I got my money back.
Greg Bateson, 2 on the day.
Number 1, Seaside L was 4th. Number 2, Smith and Western was the winner. Number 3, Working Up a Lather was 3rd. Number 4, Mama's Holy Terror was 6th. Number 5, Rated PJ was 2nd. And number 6, ATI Barley the King was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 34 seconds. The half was in 105 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 136 and 2/5, with a mile in 209 and 3/5. From the top it should read 413.625, a mile in 209 and 3/5. In the upcoming race 6, you may scratch the number 6 horse, Jarge Shinnon. Jarge Shinnon is scratched out of the number 6 horse is scratched out here out of race 6.
Thank you, Mike.
Congratulations to Chad Williamson, Smith and Western, Greg Bateson in the bike, a Western Fame colt from one of my favorite horses, Sunshine Beach. When we come back for the 6th, 3-year-old colt trot, purse of $4,895. Got some experienced horses in this next one. We're going to take a short break. You're watching Marion County Harness Racing at the Marion County Fair, brought to you by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Thanks for being with us. We'll be right back.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug Winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
Nancy Tactor just posted no eliminations for the Meadowlands Pace
this
year.
Yeah, only 10 in it.
Wow.
Boy, there's some stiff ones in there.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Lou Print back in there.
Yep.
Prince Hal Hanover. It's Dr. Ian Moores. My buddy Joe Tolino takes care of that one. Clever Cody's caretaker.
Yep.
He always takes care of the good ones, doesn't he?
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun just to travel around with real good horses.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My cousin actually was a caretaker for Matt Scooter and On the Road Again.
Oh, my gosh,
Yeah,
really?
yeah, he used to tell stories about shipping Matt Scooter around.
Boy.
Yeah.
Wow.
I met Doc about 5 years ago, I think. He winters at the Southern Oaks Training Center in Sorrento, Florida. And what a nice guy. Was really bummed when he got scratched out of the jug 2 years ago. That was a tough hit. But he's been back in Ohio since.
Yeah. It's It's not like it used to be. I mean, when you used to ship around with those horses, and the grooms, they used to sleep in front of their stalls, and it was just, it was a. I can still remember going down to Springfield, and that was when they went to Indianapolis, Springfield, and DuQuoin. That little circuit, and Stanley Dancer would go in there, and everything was split and polished, and we had our one little horse next to him, and their grooms were all sleeping in front of their stalls. It was.
It's a great memory, is what that is.
Yeah.
It's a great memory. Brandon?
Braden Rhodes on the 1 in the 6th. I'm going to guess that, I don't know if Jeff Nysonger is here or not. Haven't seen him yet. He was down to drive the 2.
Yeah.
Watching the drivers come down the lane here, I think it's going to be harder and harder for Bill too, because I think he picks out somewhat by drivers, and you can't tell the drivers across.
Right.
Amazing Tom. Scratch the number 4 horse, Amazing Tom, out of race 6.
Confirm the pool noodle is to spread them out behind.
It is, okay.
Sorry, that I should have got a shot of that. Nobody else knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I have no. I'm sitting here and I don't know what.
Where was that? Ottawa.
About.
We saw one of Ty Bates's across the finish line had a pool noodle, kind of like where a stud support would go, almost like just between his hind legs, and it is definitely to try and widen them out a little bit.
Oh wow.
Behind.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Works on some.
Yeah, I'll try and get
Doesn't
a shot
work
of it.
on others.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I need. I need a rig lesson. I need somebody to walk me through a piece of equipment from front to back.
Yeah,
from front to back and all the variables.
Yeah, and there's some stuff on there that every once in a while somebody will show up with something that you go, what the heck is that?
Yeah.
But horsemen are ingenious at making their own kind of equipment.
Well, when you walk through the barns at the fairs, early in the morning, and you hear the trainers talking, I tried this time, I tried this, I tried this. When I hear that, I'm fascinated by it, but it's still a different a language I don't understand yet.
Yeah.
One is Our Boss, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver, Braden Rhodes. Number 2 is Here's Arthur, owned by Charles Bolin of Jeffersonville, Ohio, trained by James Bolin Jr., the driver is Jeff Nysonger. Number 3 is Spend the Prize, owned by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver, Drew Neal. Number 4, Amazing Tom, has been drawn. Number 5 is Massive Hill, owned by Ryan Stahl of Republic, Ohio, Watson Harness Racing, and Kendall Stuckey of Tiffin, Ohio, and Billy Hart of Carmel, Maine, trained and driven by Ryan Stahl. Number 6, George Shannon, has been drawn. Number 7 is Groove Pavement, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, and Joel Shivak of Woodville, Ohio, trained and driven by Ty Bates. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate there.
Okay, so we are scratched down to a field of 5. The 4 and the 6 are both scratched.
Yep.
So our boss make the driver Braden Rhodes for Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg, and an Enterprise Colt out of a Master Levesque mare. Don't even know my name. It's had 5 starts this year, 1 win. That was at Paulding in 2:11-1. Also has had a start at Ottawa, finished 4th. Trotted in 2-2 at Northfield in a non-winners of 1 race.
Number 2, Here's Arthur, Jeff Nysinger for James Bolin Jr., Charles Bolin, the owner, a Team 6 gelding from the Equinox by Maris. Here's Ethel. 3 starts this year, 1 third-place finish. That was with a couple of breaks as well at Ottawa last week. A solid year last year as a 2-year-old with 11 out of 17 in the money and a market 204-1 at Piketon. It was a $6,500 sale purchase.
And Rosie Weaver sends out Spend the Prize. Drew Neal will drive for Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver, and an Enterprise out of a Muscle Yankee mare. Spend It In. Look at the last couple of lines on this horse. Raced at Scioto Downs in the Gable, the Doc Gable series. Last start out, finished 5th, trotted in 54-3. Last quarter in 29-3. Start before that was 56-1. So his horse has been racing really good. 1-2 at the fairs. At Paulding he won, and also a non-winners of 1 at Northfield Park in 2 minutes and 3/5.
Very impressive. Number 5 is Massive Hill. Ryan Stahl trains and drives. He shares ownership with Watson, Stuckey, and Harlt. What the Hill gelding for the Muscle Massive mare Striking Volo. 8 starts this year, 6 starts, 1 win, 3 seconds, and 1/3. A mark of 59 at Northfield.
And Grooved Payment will start from the 2nd tier for Tyler Bates. Tyler trains. Suzanne Bates and Joel Shivik are the owners. A long Tom gelding out of a Glide Master mare. Lady Glider just has had 2 starts this year, made a break in both of those. 7 starts and winless last year.
$40,000 purchase. Looking to get on the board.
Yeah.
Wish them the best of luck. 3-year-old Colt Trotters for $4,895. Let's get the call of the race.
Clear off and trotting. The first horse away is Spin the Prize. Dropping in there second is Our Boss, followed by Here's Arthur third. Moving up fourth is Massive Hill, and the last horse is Groove Pavement. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Drew Neal has Spin the Prize on top by 3.5 lengths. Trotting in there second is Our Boss, driven by Braden Rhodes. Moving along third is Here's Arthur, driven by Jeff Nicehonger. Ranging up on the outside fourth is Massive Hill, driven by Ryan Stahl. The last horse is Groove Pavement, driven by Ty Bates. As they race toward that quarter-mile mark, that still Spin the Prize by about 3 lengths over Our Boss. On the outside third, Massive Hill.
33-1.
First quarter trotted in 33 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that is Spin the Prize still with the lead. In their second is Our Boss, Massive Hill on the outside third. Fourth is Here's Arthur, the last horse is Groove Pavement. Coming down to a half-mile mark. That's still Spin the Prize with the lead, but pouring on the pressure now on the outside is Massive Hill. At the rail third is Our Boss. Here's Arthur is fourth, and the last horse is Groove Pavement.
107.
First half trotted in 107. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Spin the Prize. The closest horse second on the outside is Massive Hill. Third along the rail, Our Boss. Fourth is Here's Arthur and Groove Pavement trails. Front 4 pretty well bunched now. Here's Arthur goes off stride. Now we have the front 3 pretty well bunched with the lead Spin the Prize, Massive Hill second, followed by Our Boss third. 3/4 trotted in 139. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Spin the Prize still shows on top. Now Our Boss takes over second along the rail, and dropping back third is Massive Hill. Less than 1/8 of a mile to go. That's Spin the Prize. Massive Hill trying to come on once again and trying to slip through at the rail is Our Boss. As they race through the lane, that's Spin the Prize and Massive Hill. Spin the Prize, Massive Hill, and Our Boss along the rail. Spin the Prize and Our Boss. Spin the Prize and Our Boss. Tight at the wire, but I think Spin the Prize held on to win with Our Boss second for place, and up for third was Massive Hill.
2:13 and 1.
A mile and 2:15 and 1/5.
Spread the prize. 2:15 and 1. Wire to wire. Nicely done by Drew Neal.
Massive Hill went a big mile too. He was out a long time
long
and stayed
time.
right there.
A
Yeah.
long time. Long time. It was, I thought when he pulled before the quarter that he was going to just try to sweep the way Pierce did in the last race. But no, just kind of sat out there, probably thinking it was as good a spot as any for traction and a shot, and still held on for a nice third place finish after being out there the whole mile. So, but Rosie Weaver back to the winner's circle. I haven't seen Bolt. Did Bolt make the trip? Or
I think
just
that Bolt might be babysitting back there. He's got a little brother now, Smokey,
yeah.
so if they're both back there,
yeah, okay.
Can't really take one and not the other.
Okay,
so
got it.
It'd be a lot to try.
Got it.
A couple of large German Shepherds up here.
Yeah, rolling in the mud, probably.
Yeah. That dog's been on my mind since I didn't see him yesterday. I'm like, where's Bolt? Should have asked Matt sooner.
Bringing him out at the end. But I wonder if today they'll even try because it's so muddy everywhere. I would think that Ty Bates has got to be kind of happy, too, even though he did finish 5th, but Colt stayed flat this time. So that was a
after
nice
a couple of tough
improvement.
breaks. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. And Braden, I think, just sat on the rail pretty much the whole race, right? Just sat in the 2-hole the whole race. 2-hole, and then was 3rd when Ryan was outside of him. I don't see Ryan much at the fairs. I don't go to all the fairs, obviously, but I rarely see him, the ones that I do get to cover. Rosie got a ride this time.
Circle where the winners go. Coming in from Wall Hunting in Beach City, Ohio, comes number 3, Spin the Prize. Owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this afternoon by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Judge Todd A. Anderson, Marion County Court of Common Pleas. Now again, there are 3 divisions of this race. We'll have to wait until after the 3rd division to determine the actual blanket winner. But Spin the Prize is the winner of the 1st division. Weaver, Drew Neal, and Spin the Prize. And to Judge Todd A. Anderson, Marion County Court of Common Pleas.
Oh. Did you see that?
No, I missed what happened.
There were a couple of people that had gotten their picture taken that were walking on the rail to go towards that gate over there, and the horse kind of moved towards that direction. But Rosie had to grab him and pull him the other way.
I don't expect that Drew can see much.
No.
No.
I don't know how they do it. I mean, they are just completely caked out.
They are. Yeah. They are. They pick up some weight, too, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
I said once your glasses get full, then you got to wiggle your glasses down so you can look over them, but then you get everything right in your eyes.
Right.
So it's just
you can't win.
It's miserable, yeah.
3-year-old Colt Pace coming up in the 7th after we take a short break. Thank you for being with us.
Did we get a rundown yet?
Oh, shoot. Did we not?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't go anywhere. Sorry about that.
Top. Number 1, Our Boss was 2nd. Number 2, Here's Arthur was 4th. Number 3, Spin the Prize was the winner. Number 4, Amazing Tom had been drawn. Number 5, Massive Hill was 3rd. Number 6, Jar Shinnon had been drawn. Number 7, Groove Pavement was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 33 1/5. The half was in 1:07. The 3/4 in 1:39 with a mile in 2:13 1/5. From the top it should read 2, 4, 1, scratch 3, scratch 5, a mile in 2:13 1/5. In the upcoming race 7, number 3, Hey, it's Friday. The driver will be Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. driving number 3, Hey, it's Friday. Number 4, Center Story. The driver will be Braden Rhodes. Braden Rhodes will drive number 4, Center Story. Need a representative of Wall Brothers Stable, Trekside.
Do you guys remember what horse it was yesterday that he was calling he was so excited about? It was a funky name.
Really? Are you kidding me? I would almost guarantee it.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Bill likes calling that
Oh,
one.
my goodness gracious.
Really? Are you kidding
Oh,
me?
my gosh. He was all over that. It was so funny.
Makes it fun.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely. No, that was great. 7th race up next, 3-year-old Colt Pace, sponsored by the Wall Brothers Stable. Purse of $3,188. And a couple of decent performers as 2-year-olds. 3-year-olds, they're just getting started. Take a short break, and we'll be right back in a few minutes.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
We're back.
We're back for the 7th.
We were talking about the history of this fair, and this is the 175th fair, and they said in 1883 there was an advertisement that billed the fair as the home of the best half-mile track in Ohio.
Oh, wow.
So
wow.
That would be saying something because
wow.
there's so many good tracks
yeah,
in
there
Ohio.
sure are.
But as I mentioned before, we have tonight and Thursday night they're going to be showing Home in Indiana, that harness racing movie that was debuted in 1944, partially filmed right here at Marion. So they're going to show that. They must have a big screen in that Coliseum. That Coliseum seats 3,600 people.
Yeah,
so
I wondered about that. It is a large building.
Yeah. So pretty
great.
neat that they're having the harness races and then showing that harness racing show. It's pretty cool.
So where are we going from here? We have a little time off, right?
Yeah, we don't have any. Well, Matt will be doing the Next Generation at Saturday Downs on Saturday night.
Saturday night, right?
Yep, that'll be a big night there.
Did Brian sell a slot? Do we know, Matt?
I haven't heard.
No.
Yeah.
Haven't heard. I was trying to finagle a deal and it didn't work out. Judy Rugner had that really good 2-year-old that won the numbers and won. I was like, hey, there's a spot for sale, and she said I sold the horse. So, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him in there still.
Yeah.
Right.
To be honest,
yeah.
I'll bet your Boots, I think, was his name. So it was a real good shot.
Oh, okay.
Whoever had the money to buy that horse probably had the extra 10,000 or whatever to get.
Is that what the fee is to get into that?
How does that work now?
I think it was 8 to start with, and then it was. I think I have that. And then I think it was 10, and then the last payment, if you didn't make a payment until June, then it was 12,000.
And how much is the purse?
150,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Owned by Ryan and Nicole Stahl, Republic, Ohio. Trained and driven by Ryan Stahl. Number 2 is Vapor at the Sea. Owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, and Roger Hoard of Edgerton, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 3 is Hey, it's Friday. Owned by Mike Lee of Rudolph, Ohio, and Dr. Jill Daniel of Delta, Ohio. Trained by Mike Lee, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Sinner's Story. Owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania. Trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Braden Rhodes. Number 5 is Sirius Colt. Owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio. Richard Fries, Northfield, Ohio. Trained and driven by Hank Levan. And number 6 is Bossa Nova Star. Owned and trained by Jeff Short of Delaware, Ohio, the driver Clifton Bell.
Yeah, that was, if you purchase a spot, by April 15th, it was $8,000.
Okay.
If you waited till May 15th, it was $10,000. And if you waited till June 15th, it was $12,000. And they do have a, there is a minimum because there is not going to be a 2-year-old filly pace. That there wasn't enough spots sold, so there's only going to be the other 3
And how many do they go a full field? Is it 10?
There must be a total of 8 entries purchased for the race to fill. There will be a total of 9 spots available.
Okay.
So they're going to
No
go
trailer.
everybody
No trailer.
on the gate, which is nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there is an incentive to get your spot early, but that's also when you're probably only training them down to like 20.
Right.
You know?
Right.
But if you have a lot of horses, you could buy that spot early and then have it. But if you've only got 1 or 2, it'd be a big $8,000 is kind of a lot.
And when's the draw?
Tonight.
Tonight.
Oh, it's tonight?
Yeah.
After the
Is
second
that
race.
you're going out there for that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're broadcasting it?
We're going to try.
We're going to try.
Yeah. We're going to be there live.
Yeah, live-ish.
Live-ish, yes.
Let's see. I lost what race we're on the 7th.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about these horses. Ricky Merlot, Ryan stalls up. Ryan also trains. Ryan and Nicole own and also bred this Rockin' Amadeus colt. He's out of the Ponderosa mare. He's had 6 starts this year, already won 2. Fastest of those was 58-1 at Northfield Park. Had a win last year also in 2-3 and 2 at Attica.
Number 2, Vapor at the Sea, Manny Miller for Herman Hagerman. Hagerman Racing and Roger Hort of Edgerton are the owners. Down by the Seaside gelding from the Big Bad John Mare, Eden's Lucky Charm. It was a $17,000 purchase, Buckeye Classic sale. Had 6 starts so far this year, just 1 third-place finish to show for it so far.
Hey, it's Freyne, and Mark St. Louis will lead from the 3-hole. Michael Lee is the trainer and the owner, along with Dr. Jill Denton. This is a $27,000 purchase at the Lexington Selected Sale. Has had 4 starts here, a couple of seconds, second at Paulding and second up at Northfield.
Number 4, Center Story, Braden Rhodes of the bike for Betty Clegg. Kimber Clegg owns a well-said gelding for the Art Major Mare Art Center. $12,000 Ohio Select Sale purchase. 9 starts this year, 2 seconds and 3 third-place finishes. Had a pretty good campaign as a 2-year-old, 23 out of 28 for $40,000.
Okay, we just heard a late scratch. The 6, Bossa Nova Star, is a scratch. And the 5, Sirius Colt, Hank Levan up. Hank also trains for Levan Stables, Megan Levan, and Richard Fries. A Fear the Dragon gelding out of a Sun Beach Somewhere mare, Sirius filly. 7 starts this year, 1 win. That was at Ottawa in 2-3. Was second placed first at that race. And 17 starts as a 2-year-old and was a winner at Troy in 2-4 and 2. So that is your field for the 7th.
Should be interesting. 6 horses, one of the favorites prior to the scratch, 7-2. I noticed that the 3 raced for $20,000 in the Stallion Series, paced in 53. Got beat by 16 lengths in the race that went in 49 and 4.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, crazy. But when you're just sitting on the rail and going as fast as everybody else, you're probably not a 53 pacer. Here they come.
They come. They're off and pacing the first horse away is Center Story. In their second is Ricky Merlot. Vapor at the Sea is racing third. Fourth, it is Hey, it's Friday. And the last horse is Sirius Colt. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Braden Rhodes has Center Story on top by a length and a half. Pacing in their second, that's Ricky Merlot, driven by Ryan Stahl. Third is Vapor at the Sea, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Fourth, it is Hey, it's Friday, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. And the last horse is Sirius Colt, driven by Hank Levan. Past that quarter-mile mark, that's still Center Story with the lead.
32 and 2.
First quarter pace in 32 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Center Story with the lead. Still racing in their second. That is Ricky Merlot. Charging up on the outside third. Coming down to the half is Sirius Colt. 5 pacers pretty well bunched approaching the half-mile mark. That's Braden Rhodes and Center Story with the lead. On the outside second now, that's Hey, it's Friday, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. At the rail third is Ricky Merlot.
106 and 2.
First half paced in 106 and 2/5. as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Center Story. The closest horse second on the outside now is Hey Hey, it's Friday. At the rail third is Ricky Merlot. On the outside fourth is Serious Colt, and the last horse along the rail is Vapor at the Sea. Going to that 3/4 mile mark, that's still Center Story with the lead. Racing in their second.
138.
3/4 was paced in 138 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is Center Story with the lead. Racing second is Ricky Merlot. Center Story and Ricky Merlot. Hey, hey, it's Friday on the outside third as they race through the lane. Center Story, Ricky Merlot, and hey, hey, it's Friday. Center Story and hey, hey, and Friday, and Mickey Merlot. It's going to be Center Story, and here the outcome. Ricky Merlot up for place with hey, hey, it's Friday up for show.
That's what I had. 209.4.
A mile in 2:09 and 4/5.
Oh boy. Turned up the heat. $209 and 4. Last quarter 31 and 4 for Center Story.
That will give Betty Clegg her second win of the day. I believe Braden Rhodes' his first win of the meet.
Frank's horse come back yet?
Frank doesn't have a horse.
No, he doesn't have any horses. Poster Pets got claimed
Yep.
last year,
Yep.
if that's who you're thinking
Really?
of. Yeah.
Well, that must have been late in the season. I didn't even know
I think
that.
it was, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but he doesn't own anything
Oh, I didn't realize
himself. We got a big crowd from the Clegg stable coming back.
Coming in from Matamoros, Pennsylvania, comes number 4, Center Story, owned by Kimber Clegg, trained by Betty Clegg, and driven to victory this afternoon by Braden Rhodes. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Wall Brothers Stable. And we still have a couple more divisions of this to be raced to determine the actual blanket winner.
We have chose 413 official.
Let's have a big hand here for Nick and Betty Clegg, Braden Rhodes, and Center Story, and the Wall Brothers Stable, the donors of the blanket.
Braden's dad in the winner's circle congratulating him. It's unusual to see Nick Clegg in the winner's circle without a helmet on.
Yes, it is.
We just always see him with the helmet.
Absolutely right. Wow.
Do we know who the young guy is helping out Nick and
I
Betty
do not.
this year?
No,
I
he's
haven't.
got his colors on, the Clegg colors.
Yeah. It's
Nope.
just been a little too hectic for me to get back and do much visiting so far this year. And today, starting early, I didn't get back there at all. One of these days we'll get the scoop. Looks like a young guy. I mean, if this is his first job, he's going to learn a work ethic.
Oh, he is. You are right.
Oh, yeah.
They work hard.
Oh, no, yeah, that's a great place to – that's a great barn to break in with.
Yeah.
You learn everything.
You would be you'd be good to go for anybody else, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So I think we're still waiting for the rundown.
You may scratch number 1, Captivate Money. Number 2, Ready for Sunshine. And number 6, The Taxman. 1, 2, and 6 are all out of race 8. Need a representative of Smart.
Wow.
We got a 33% chance of getting Rosie back in the winner's circle.
Yes.
There's 3 horses. Wow.
From the top. Number 1, Ricky Merlot was second. Number 2, Vapor at the Sea was 5th. Number 3, Hey Hey, it's Friday was 3rd. Number 4, Center Story was the winner. Number 5, Serious Colt was 4th. And number 6, Bossa Nova Star had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 32 and 2/5. The half was in 106 and 2/5. The 3 quarters in 138 with a mile and 209 and 4/5. From the top it should read 25314 scratch, a mile and 209 and 4/5. We're now ready for your horses.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, Jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the Cool Winds of November.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Welcome back to day 2 at the Marion County Fair here in Marion, Ohio, where it's kind of cleared up a little bit. It is not raining at the moment, so that's a really good thing. We had a kind of a downpour again for a while this morning, but track's getting, maybe it'll get back. We get a little sun out along with this wind. That would really, really help. Along with all of our stake races today, we've got a Signature Series trot. And we've also got 2 divisions of the Ladies Driving Series. And what's very interesting in the Ladies Driving Series is we've got a mare in the 17th race called Royal Delta. And she has her colt racing in the Ladies Driving Series also. So it's kind of different to see that. The colt's name is PBR Knight. By Knight Pro out of Royal Delta, and Royal Delta is driving in the later race. So kind of unusual to see a mare and the foal both racing on the same card. Unusual to see the mares sometimes racing after they have foals. And I talked to Emily Hay about this horse, and she said she just likes to race, so they just race her at a few places every year. They get her ready. She's easy to jog, easy to train, so they can... her son can work with her and get her ready, and then they just bring her to some of the ladies' races. Okay, so in this upcoming 8th, we've got 3 scratches. The 1, the 2, and the 6 are all scratched, and we just got a driver change in on the 4. Drew Neal will be driving the 4, Got the Money Honey. Scratch down to a field of just 3 horses. There'll be 2 on the gate, and there'll be 1 trailer.
Someone on YouTube asked why they don't have mud fenders on. It looks like some of them do. That's usually a presiding judge call, though, isn't it? Don't the judges typically require it?
I know at a parimutuel track the judges will require it, but I don't know if they require. You're right. I have seen. Not that many. But one thing, mud fenders are really tiny now.
They are, yeah.
Do you remember when they were so big and they covered up half of the wheel, and they were really hard to put on because they would rub and.
Had to have them lined up just right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you'd go to put that rubber strap on it, and then that would break. They were mud fenders, but now they're just so tiny. They just sit there over the top. I'm not even sure how they attach anymore, but I haven't seen one up close for a long time. I did see a few people, and also the mud screens, what you used to call mud aprons, used to be really big, and now they're just kind of a triangle or a rectangle that goes between the driver's legs. So things have changed quite a bit.
Yeah, all about speed and aerodynamics, and if it can help a 100th of a second, they'll try it, I guess.
Yeah, like he's got some mud fenders on.
Old Colt Trot. Going for a purse of $3,247 and a blanket courtesy of Smart Call Property Services. Number 1, Captivate Money has been scratched. Number 2, Ready for Sunshine has also been drawn. Number 3 is What a All-Star, owned by E.G. Trot LLC and the Broken Brokers Ltd. of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Number 4 is Got the Money Honey, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, Cabby D LLC of Hudson, Ohio, and David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 5 is Hunt Club, owned by Ivan, Lisa, Brooke, and Brett Sugg of Deshler, Ohio, trained and driven by Duke Sugg. And number 6, the Tax Man, has been drawn.
Okay, we're taking a look at the 4-horse, and you can see Drew does have a small apron and also mud fenders on. But Ed Greeno, I don't think he had either.
No,
And as we can see by the look of Drew's face, that the apron isn't helping a lot. I also see that some of the aprons I saw were made out of like screening material.
Definitely more mesh now, for sure, instead of the vinyl, solid like vinyl or whatever.
Well, I know on that vinyl, boy, if you get clumps, I mean, you'd get clumps of mud. It's stuck up there, and then it got really heavy.
Absolutely.
So I suppose the vinyl, or the mesh, it lets the water through, but doesn't let the clumps stick.
Okay, I don't want anybody getting excited, but I see a big patch of blue sky.
I know. It's starting to finally break up,
yeah.
We hope. For the rest of the fair, I don't know how much longer the fair goes here at Marion, but they're due for some decent weather for this thing.
They need a break.
I think yesterday was the first day, so it's going to go all week. So
good. Hopefully it'll clear up and they can get some people out here.
As much as it hurts us, I mean, the poor vendors here, the people that came expecting to sell thousands and thousands of hot dogs, and there's only a couple of hot dogs sold, and everything else, it's tough.
It is tough.
That would have been a terrible spot to been yesterday when the wind was kicking at like 60 miles an hour and wind blowing straight sideways, being in one of those little trailers.
Yes.
That would not have been a lot of fun.
Right. I saw one guy when I was walking back over to the grandstand this morning. He had one of those tents where they have all the blankets and shirts and all that stuff, and I think everything that he had was just sopping wet. Yeah. We'd take that all home and clean it, dry it all out.
Did you run down the
We
three
did not
of them?
run down these. So from the 3-hole, What a All-Star, Ed Greeno Jr. drives and trains. E.G. Trot and the Broken Brokers are the owners. This was a Buckeye Classic sale purchase for $10,000. A What the Hill out of an Uncle Peter mare, truly Ohio bred there. This horse has had 2 starts at Paulding and Ottawa, finished 3rd both times, trotted a nice mile at Ottawa in 2:9 and 4.
Number 4 got the Money Honey. Rosie Weaver trains and drives and owns, along with Heartland Acres, Hudson, David Jury. A Ready for Money gelding from the Donato Hanover mare, Ariella. Got some pretty good breeding there. This is first start after 3 attempts to qualify with all breaks.
Hunt Club, J. Duke Sugg driving training. Ivan and Lisa and Brooke and Brett Sugg all own this Long Tom colt. It's out of a Cadaver mare, no magic to it. Had a start at Paulding, finished 4th, and Northfield went in a qualifier, finished 2nd, back by about 8 in a piece. Trotted his mile in 2:5 and 3. So the 1, the 2, and the 6 are scratched. We're going with the 3, 4, and 5 horses in this 8th race. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the call.
They're off and trotting. The first horse away is What a All-Star. Dropping in there second is Hunt Club. And the last horse has Got the Money, Honey. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Ed Greeno Jr. has What a All-Star on top by a length and a half. On the outside second is Hunt Club, driven by Duke Sugg. Racing in their third is Got the Money Honey, driven by Drew Neal. Three trotters well bunched as they race down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark. That's What a All-Star with the lead. Racing second is Hunt Club, followed by Got the Money Honey. No change going to the quarter-mile mark. That's What a All-Star by 2 lengths. Hunt Club trotting second. Now slipping through along the rail is Got the Money Honey.
38.
First quarter trotted in 38 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still What a All-Star with the lead. Racing in their second is Hunt Club, and the last horse Got the Money Honey. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Ed Greeno Jr. and What a All-Star bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Duke Sugg with Hunt Club. And right there third is Got the Money Honey and Drew Neal. First half trotted in 1:15 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch What a All-Star. Racing right there second is Hunt Club. And third is Got the Money Honey. The pace picks up going toward that 3/4 mile mark. What a All-Star still on top by about 2.5 lengths. Hunt Club trots second with Got the Money Honey right there third. Past the 3/4 mile mark. Now Hunt Club goes down to the inside to try to pass What a All-Star, and going even further down to the inside is Got the Money Honey.
149.2.
3/4 in 149 2/5. That's Hunt Club now with the lead. On the outside second is What a All-Star. Out along the rail third is Got the Money Honey. As they race through the lane, they're 3 abreast coming through the lane. That's What a All-Star on the outside. Hunt Club, and down at the rail is Got the Money Honey. Got the Money Honey and What a All-Star and Hunt Club. It's Got the Money Honey. Looks like What a All-Star got up for second with Hunt Club third.
23.
Pretty good finish there for a 3-horse race.
23.
A mile in 2:23 2/5.
Rosie's coming back.
That was quite a finish for a 3-horse race.
That was.
Absolutely, yeah.
That was one of the best of the meet.
It's wild that these guys on the front end are willing to give up the inside 3 paths. You know, I mean, if you want to go down inside, I mean, have at it. You know, like that is not the fast part of the track.
100%. Should be drying out here, though.
Yeah, sun is finally
Warm it up,
hitting it a
sun's
little
out.
bit.
Yeah. And they are 100% committed to this track. That guy has been dragging the track for I don't know how many hours yesterday.
If we had a nickel for every lap he's been the last 2 days.
I mean, it is pouring down rain yesterday. The water is out 4 wide, and he's out there dragging.
He's out there dragging it.
Yep.
Down in the,
Pretty
the driving
dedicated.
rain yesterday, there's no cab on that thing at all.
Right.
He's just getting poured on doing laps out there trying to keep it going.
Yep. Absolutely. So that gives Drew and Rosie another win in the win column. Drew is up to 9 wins for the card.
Wow.
And Rosie at 8. You're right, it is unusual to see 2 horses come up the inside.
Yeah.
You know. If you can get a close-up of what this horse has got on its head, it's coming over on your left.
I saw that one warming up. It's like
She's got lots on there. She's got a fly mask, so it's like a mesh, a turn-up shadow roll with the cable ties on.
Comes number 4, Got the Money Honey. All by Rosie Weaver, Heartland Acres, Kebby D, LLC, and David Jury. Trained by Rosie Weaver and driven to victory this afternoon by Drew Neal. The Smart Call Property Services blanket will be taken, have a picture taken with this blanket, but this horse has no chance of winning the blanket. Let's have a big hand here for Rosie Weaver, David Jury, Drew Neal, and Got Get the Money, Honey. And the Smart Call Property Services, the donors of the blanket.
I'm not sure if Got the Money Honey wore that rigging in her last 2 starts, but she had been, last 3 starts, she had been making breaks. So,
Yep.
I know this was only in 223, but on these track conditions, she stayed flat. That was the important
100%.
thing.
Yep, absolutely.
He stayed flat, sorry.
He stayed flat. Yeah, no, that was, and that's the patience you've got to have with a trainer of a 2-year-old trotter.
Yeah.
You know it's going to come, or you pray it's going to come, and
Yeah.
eventually it does. So congratulations there to Rosie.
We should get the rundown quickly because there's not much to the rundown.
Yeah.
You just figuring some of these people that are taking care of so many horses that they probably have some dry clothes to change into before they get in the truck on the way home.
Captivate Money has been drawn. Number 2, Ready for Sunshine, has been drawn. Number 3, What a All-Star was second. Number 4, Got the Money Honey was the winner. Number 5, Hunt Club was third. And number 6, The Taxman had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 38 seconds. The half was in 1:15 and 3/5. The 3 quarters in 1:49 and 2/5, with a mile in 2:23 and 2/5. From the top it should read, scratch, scratch, 2:13, scratch, a mile in 2:23 and 2/5. 9.
When we come
You may
back,
scratch
the
number
4-year-old
4,
and up
Enforce the Law.
Signature Series trot, Big John Townsend trot. 6 boys and 1 girl coming up in the 9th.
I just want to mention we've got people checking in from all over the place. Of course, Florida, but we've got Ulf watching from Norway.
Love it.
Got
Mr. Johansson.
Tony Ulf Johansson. Yes, I have.
Watches us in Kentucky also.
Does he?
Yeah, he sure does. That's great.
We've got Tony Watson from the UK. Pennsylvania, Michigan, all over the place. So we sure want to welcome everybody. Hope you're enjoying the races right here from Marion.
Thank you all for being with us. We're going to take a short break and be back for the Signature Series trot right after these messages.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
We are back at Marion, the 9th race coming up. This is the Signature Series trot. A lot of nice horses in here. I counted up. We have had 2 scratches since then, so my figures are a little bit off. But I added up the number of starts between the 7 horses in there, but 841 total starts, $882,000 between the 7 horses. So
I just added that
you
up.
added that
Yeah, close to $900,000 in earnings. We've got 2 4-year-olds, 3 8-year-olds, and 1 11-year-old coming up in the trot.
Yeah, pretty nice bunch of horses here.
You bet.
A couple of them, 3 of them, I believe, have over 200 starts or just almost 200 starts. One of those was one of those that was scratched. But it's and keep a trotter going this long. It's pretty cool.
Very much so. 53, 63, 78 wins amongst the 5 that are still in the race.
Looked up a little bit about Big John Townsend, and he born in 1962 and passed away in 2015. And as long as I can remember coming here, it's always been the Big John Townsend Trot, so his family wants to remember him. Said his first love was his family, but his second love was the horses.
He passed at 50, young.
Yeah, yes, very young.
Very nice to have the tribute in his name.
Yep. We had the Criswell Pace yesterday, and I said I was looking him up too. He died very young also, and when I saw a picture of his tombstone, it had a harness horse engraved in it. So I said,
"Oh, wow!
That's about all we need to know about Mr. Criswell, right?" He was a true fan or true lover, a lover of the sport, I should say. It's pretty special when you have that on your marker.
You bet. I always look forward to this race at the fairs.
Yeah.
See
These are
experienced guys, and and this is the perfect example of people that are in it as much for the sport as they are for the money.
Yeah.
They're not racing for a lot, but they're thrilled to be racing.
Right.
And that's just one of the great things about our sport.
And gives these horses some place to keep going. I mean, a lot of these older horses, they want to race. They are not really happy being retired.
No.
Some of them are lucky enough to get a new job, as a riding horse. These horses can do great things, but if they want to keep racing, might as well keep racing. They can always go to that second career when they're done here on the track.
Oh, good.
Trained and driven by Hank Levan. Lifetime earnings over $185,000. A lifetime mark 156 and 1/5. Number 3 is Flaming Sword. He's a bay gelding, 4 years old, by Enterprise out of LD's Bella by Cantab Hall. Owned by Daniel Miller of Delhi, Iowa. Trained by Russell Early III. Driven this afternoon by Pierce Henry. Lifetime earnings over $38,000. A lifetime mark 158 and 3/5. Number 4, Enforce the Law, has been drawn. And number 5, Guess I Forgot Him, has been drawn. Number 6 is Race Day. He's a black gelding, 4 years old, by Creatine, out of I Love You, I Love a Song, by Credit Winner. Owned by David Beachy of Berlin, Ohio. Trained by Michael Mowad. Driven this afternoon by Braden Rhodes. Lifetime earnings over $77,000. A lifetime mark 158 and 3/5. And number 7 is Feisty Jim. He's a bay gelding, 11 years old, by Triumphant Caviar, and a feisty kind of love by Feisty GG. Owned and trained by Joe Wilson of Marion, Ohio. Driven this afternoon by Drew Neal. Lifetime earnings over $54,000. A lifetime mark 154. Those are your horses for the 2025 Big John Townsend Trot.
Hey, before we get into this, we're talking about, how they want to keep running, how they want to keep doing.
Yeah.
I spent some time on Saturday with the gal that takes care of Western Terror at the Kentucky Horse Park.
Your
I'm stuck
things
on
caught
that
on
thing
there, yep.
again. Pulling me down there. Jenny takes care of Western Terror, who is now 31.
Oh, gosh.
And when outside, will always make a run against the fence.
Oh, really?
Just absolutely, like every time out. Just, it's so good to hear that,
Yeah.
Still have it in them.
Yeah, they certainly do. Well, just tell you a little bit about these horses. MJ's Liberty Valance. Mary Jo Rini Bross is this horse's breeder and biggest fan. This horse has had 204 lifetime starts with 27 wins, 32 seconds, 25 thirds. You couldn't ask for much better statistics than that. 161,000 in earnings, and took a mark this year as an 8-year-old in 155-2 at Scioto Downs. That's unusual.
That is crazy cool. Number 2, Team L, Hank Levan, trains and drives, owns, along with Rosemary Devan. Team 6, Mare, out of the Angus Hall mare, Ariana Hall. This is the only female in the race. 21 starts this year, 4 wins. Lifetime 213 starts, 24 wins, which is about 13% win percentage. 22 seconds, 31 thirds, earnings of $185,000.
Flaming Sword from the 3 with Pierce Henry up. This horse is just a 4-year-old. It's only had 52 lifetime starts, 2 wins. Fastest of those was this year as a 4-year-old, 158-3, taken at Miami Valley.
Number 4 is scratched, and number 5 is scratched. Number 6 is Race Day. Braden Rhodes for Michael Mowood. David Beachy is the owner. Creatine Gelding from the Credit Winner mare. Love You Like a Love Song. 12 starts this year, 2 wins a second, 4 thirds. 28 starts last year, and in the money 20 of 28 times. In lifetime, 36 out of 50 in the money for $78,000 in earnings.
And Feisty Jim from the outside, or from the second tier, an 11-year-old gelding by Triumphant Caviars, had 83 lifetime starts, 15 wins. So this horse does like to win. Hasn't done much of that in the last 2 years. This is his first start since Dayton last October.
Number 2, Team L was purchased for $9,000, has earned $185,000. Number 4 that was scratched was a $10,000 purchase, earned $287,000. Unbelievable group of true hard-working trotters here. Let's take it up to Bill for the call of the 9th $2,150 purse, the Big John Townsend Signature Series Trot.
They're off in the Big John Townsend Trot. The first horse away is Team L. Moving up in there second is Race Day. Moving up third is Feisty Jim. Off stride fourth, that is MJ's Liberty Balance. Off stride fifth is Flaming Sword. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark. Horses are strung out a wee bit. That's Hank Levan with Team L showing on top by about 4 lengths. Trotting in there second, that's Race Day, driven by Braden Rhodes. Third is Feisty Jim, driven by Drew Neal. Racing fourth is MJ's Liberty Balance, driven by Ryan Stahl. And farther back fifth, that is Flaming Sword, driven by Pierce Henry.
32.
First quarter trotted in 32 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Team L with the lead. Closing in a wee bit second is Race Day. On the outside third is Feisty Jim. Moving up a closer fourth now is MJ's Liberty Balance, and the last horse is Flaming Sword. Racing down to the half-mile mark. On the outside now with the lead, that is Feisty Jim. Feisty Jim with the lead. At the rail second is Team L. Moving in there third is Race Day, and moving up fourth is MJ's Liberty Balance.
106.
First half trotted in 106. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. With the lead along the rail is Team L. Pouring on the pressure on the outside second is Feisty Jim. Right there close third is Race Day. Moving up fourth is MJ's Liberty Balance, the last horse Flaming Sword. Going to the 3/4 mile mark, Feisty Jim regains the lead on the outside. Along the rail second is Team L, and right there third is Race Day.
36 and 1.
3/4 in 136 and 1/5, and Team L regains the lead. On the outside second is Feisty Jim. Right there close third is Race Day. Less than an eighth of a mile to go now. That's still Team L with the lead. Feisty Jim second, followed by Race Day third. As they race through the lane, Drew Neal's back out on the outside again with Feisty Jim. It's Team L and Feisty Jim as they race through the lane. Team L and Feisty Jim. Team L and Feisty Jim. It's going to be Team L, and here they all come. Feisty Jim holds on for place with Race Day for show.
210.
A mile and 2:10.
Team L racking up those points for the Signature Series.
Yes.
100%.
I mean, just a tough mare.
Yep.
That's 4 in a row.
Yeah.
A little slower here for some reason. 3 previous wins.
Yeah, for some reason.
I wonder what 210 here translates to like Northfield Park, that half. Or
Right.
Right.
Could have been like a 58 mile.
Well, that 104 the back half certainly translates
Yeah.
to 59 in a piece. No question. Team Levan with another win. And Team L is Team 6 mare from the Angus Hall mare, Ariana Hall. And look at these numbers again. Purchased for $9,000 at the Ohio Select Sale. So it's an 8-year-old now, so 10 years ago, 10 years ago. 213 lifetime starts, 25 wins, 20 seconds. So that's 47 out of 213 is about 25% of her races. She's either been first or second.
The winners go coming in from Woodstock and Lewistown comes number 2, Team L. All by Levan Stables Incorporated and Rosemary Levan, trained in every victory by Hank Levan. Now this is the big John Townsend trot, and Robin Townsend is in the winner's circle presenting this blanket sponsored by Nicholas Fisher. Let's have a big hand here for Hank Levan and Team Al, the winner of the big John Townsend trot, and to Nicholas Fisher, the sponsor of the blanket.
They had a pacer that was awful tough in the Signature Series not long ago. Herb Levan did. Caramel Dumpling was a monster. Remember that?
I barely remember that name, but yeah.
Drew kept that horse trotting.
Signature Series in the books. Did he run down the 3?
Not yet.
Nine from the top. Number 1, MJ's Liberty Valance was 4th. Number 2, Team Al was the winner. Number 3, Flaming Sword was 5th. Number 4, Enforce the Law had been drawn. Number 5, Guess I Forgot 'Em had been drawn. Number 6, Race Day was 3rd. And number 7, Feisty Jim was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 32 seconds. The half was in 1:06. The 3/4 in 1:36 and 1/5. With a mile in 2:10. From the top it should read 4:15. Scratch, scratch. 3, 2 on the bottom. The mile in 2:10. In the upcoming race 10, scratch the number 2 horse, Western Classic, scratch 6. Scratch the number 2 horse, Western Classic, out of race 10. The representative of...
We will have 5 2-year-old colt pacers in the upcoming 10th race with a purse of $3,934. And we will bring that race to you shortly, right after a couple of brief messages. You're watching Harness Racing Live from Marion County, Ohio, from the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. We'll be right back.
Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
Heck, we should get some T-shirts made that say "Fastest Ride at the Fair." Huh?
Oh, I'm all for that.
I think they'd be very popular.
Did you hear that, Kim?
Yeah, yeah. Anybody who's watching back at the office, let's
Yeah.
just get that done.
That's a cue for an Amazon overnight printing.
Yeah.
92.8, please, not 100% of anything. Yeah, need a blend.
So tonight there is going to be, which I have no idea what this is, figure 8 and trailer races.
Figure 8.
And trailer races, yeah. So I don't know if they...
Is that one event or 2 events?
I'm not sure of either. It just said that was happening tonight.
I might be able to figure them out if we separate them.
Yeah, yeah. And it is in front of the grandstand, so either it's going to be on the track or down in those mud pits.
See, as
trailer
soon as you
racing.
said figure 8, I was thinking like stagecoach kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
that type of deal.
Yeah, it may be. So, and on Wednesday night is the tractor pull, Thursday a rodeo, Friday fireworks, and Saturday, of course, the demolition derby. So,
Oh, boy.
we got a full week of stuff here in front of the grandstand.
Fireworks on Friday?
Fireworks on Friday, yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep. It'd be a nice place to sit here and watch them. A lot of stuff to do here in Marion.
That's a lot of cool stuff to do.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can fill up a few days here.
Yeah.
Well, there's certainly a big bunch of campers back there in the camper lot.
Oh, there are. It's just amazing how many campers, how that is so popular here. We see in the infield we've got the Clegg horses just tied up. There's one there tied up to the bleachers, and he doesn't care. He's just hanging out.
He's just chilling. He's just happy to be outside, probably.
We got
What?
How many is that for you? How many is that for you? How many stickers do you have now?
Well, you've got 2 already, so this will be your 3rd one. You're doing pretty good.
Batting 1,000.
Yeah.
I'll stick it right here by Marion. Where are you going to be next? Do you know? Wilmington? Bellefontaine? Portland? Wellston?
Dude, you
right
need,
there,
you
okay.
need to call an Uber.
Yeah. That is the young man who was waiting for us at Paulding.
Oh, is that right?
To get his
stamp.
His stamp. He wanted his passport and his stamp right away. He was
Thank
was the first one to get it for the 2025 season. He should probably get something special just for that. Just for being first.
You know what? Not a bad idea. We'll give him one of the new T-shirts.
We will. Let's make a small one. Oh, okay. Kim says, trailer races, they pull a small trailer with a vehicle. I believe if you lose the trailer, you're out.
Oh, wow.
That's probably a good thing.
Wow. That'd be fun. It's kind of a little demolition thing in itself.
Yeah. I wonder if you get to hit each other.
Okay, yeah, Jay sent a text too. He's apparently seen it before.
Okay.
The goal is to not lose the trailer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Cars pull RVs and they race in a figure 8 pattern. And
Oh, my
the goal-
gosh.
yeah, that'd be pretty wild.
That would be.
So it is one event. It's figure
figure
8
eight.
with trailer
Oh, yeah.
attached.
Wow.
Oh, no.
I wonder where they
Can
do
you
it.
knock the trailer off the competitor when you're... Oh,
I think that's the goal.
That's the goal.
Now that I'd like to watch
That would
live.
be good.
We have Lois J. Fisher and Associates. Number 1 is I Am the Sea, all by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg. The driver is Nick Clegg. Number 2, Western Classic has been drawn. Number 3 is Charlie L., all by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio. Hurley Racing of Dublin, Ohio, and Tim Freud of Columbus, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 4 is Carmen's Oh So Famous, all by Dennis Paver of Raymond, Ohio, Joe Paver of Marysville, Ohio, trained by Joe Paver, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 5 is The Muffin Man, all by Gary Gilliland of Malena, Ohio, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver is Greg Bateson. And number 6 is My Boy Pank, all by Sam Bowie of West Palm Beach, Florida, trained and driven by Ronnie Gillespie.
Sam's got one in here.
Yeah. I wish he would show up.
We would know if he did.
We would know if he did, yeah.
He's hard to miss.
Yeah.
So I Am the Sea. Nick Clegg will drive for Betty and Kimber Clegg. Another Down by the Seaside out of a Rockin' Image mare. Sassy Q has 3 starts this year already, 2 wins and a second. One at Paulding in 2, 2, and 4 right off the bat. Came back at Circleville, 1 and 2, 2 and 3. Went to Northfield and had a qualifier where he won in 58 and 2. And then Ottawa finished second. Finished second at Ottawa in 2, 2 and 2. So it's been racing very, very well.
Number 2 is Scratch. Number 3 is Charlie L. Hank Levan trains and drives. Levan Stables and T. Frun from Columbus, Ohio. And Hurley Racing share ownership of Well-Said Gelding from the Yankee Cruiser mare Cruise on Ashley. 2 starts this year, 1 third-place finish, first week out at Circleville.
Carmen's Oh So Famous. Pierce Henry will drive for trainer Joe Paver. Dennis Paver and Joseph Paver are the breeders and the owners of this Western famed colt. It's out of a Mr. Wiggles mare, Oh So Wiggle Special. Had 1 start in a qualifier at Scioto Downs. Finished 6th, but paced in 59 and 2. Came last quarter in 28 seconds flat.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
I've heard of the Muffin Man.
Heard of the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man is number 5. Greg Bateson in the bike for Chad Williamson, who has had 2 wins and a second in 2 days, I think we said. 2 wins and a second so far. Gary Gilliland is the owner of this Catch the Fire gelding from the Rock and Roll Hanover mare Smiley Rocks. Just had 1 start at Paulding last week, first time out, and probably expecting a little bit more today. And those are your 2-year-old colt pacers for the 10th race.
Number 3 is Charlie L. just past the grandstand.
Charlie L is a big, good-looking colt, but he just hasn't done a whole lot yet on the track. But
yeah,
it's early.
Yeah, it is. 3rd, 4th, and 5th race.
Yeah. I'm sure Hank will get him figured out.
Yeah.
He is big, isn't he?
He is. Yeah,
compared to the other ones there. Probably got some filling out to do yet. You know, they grow. Sometimes they grow so quickly, and they're just not quite mature enough. And as we've talked about many times, the maturity not only in physical but the mental maturity, that sometimes takes quite a while.
Quite a while.
Said those are some of them need to be held back in kindergarten a year or 2.
Well, you know, a lot of these guys are looking at these races like they're qualifying but getting paid to do it. You know, before they head off to some of the larger tracks.
Yeah.
And it's great training ground because you're competing against very similar to what you are. So
perfect place for young horses, perfect place for young drivers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I saw my friend Carson came up to Paulding and won a couple last week, huh?
Yeah. Okay, the horses are behind the gate. So we've got the 2 is Scratch and the 6 is Scratch. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters.
First here, 1 trailer, the Muffin Man. They're off and pacing. First horse away is I Am the Sea. Racing in their second is Charlie L. Moving along third is the Muffin Man. Racing fourth around that turn, it's Carmen's Oh So Famous. As they race down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark, Nick Clegg has I Am the Sea on the top by 2 lengths. Racing in there second, that's Charlie L, driven by Hank LeVan. Third is the Muffin Man, driven by Greg Bateson. Racing fourth is Carmen's Oh So Famous, driven by Pierce Henry.
33.
First quarter paced in 33 seconds. Horses are in straight alignment, racing around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's I Am the Sea with the lead, followed by Charlie L second. Racing third, that's the Muffin Man, and the last horse is Carmen's Oh So Famous. Coming down toward the half-mile mark, that's I Am the Sea, bringing the horses down toward the half. Sitting in there second, that is Charlie L. Third is the Muffin Man, and Carmen's Oh So Famous is the fourth horse. Past the half-mile mark, that's I Am the Sea by about 3.5 lengths.
106 and 2.
First half paced in 106 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is I Am the Sea. Charging up on the outside second now comes the Muffin Man, and also going with him is Carmen's Oh So Famous. And dropping back fourth is Charlie L. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark, that's I Am the Sea with the lead. The Muffin Man is racing second. Carmen's Oh So Famous is really flying on the outside third, and now second and going after the leader.
137.
3/4 in 137 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's I Am the Sea with the lead. Carmen's Oh So Famous is gaining with every stride. Third is the Muffin Man, and Charlie L trails as they race toward home. That's I Am the Sea along the rail. Carmen's Oh So Famous on the outside. Carmen's Oh So Famous and I Am the Sea. Carmen's Oh So Famous and I Am the Sea, and the Muffin Man closing fast on the outside. Carmen's Oh So Famous and I Am the Sea. It's Carmen's Oh So Famous. I Am the Sea up for second. Up for third is the Muffin Man. A mile in 2:11 1/5.
So Carmen's Oh So Famous in 2:11 1 looked to me like Nick Clegg was second with I Am the Sea, and the Muffin Man third.
Yep, really nice steer by Pierce there.
Mhm.
Kind of just, it was fourth to the half, it was third at the 3/4 pole on the outside, and just kind of swept by slowly to take the lead early in the stretch, and ended up winning by a length and a half or two. Pretty impressive. That's a Western Fame colt from the Mr. Wiggles mare, Oh So Wiggles special.
Had that really nice qualifier at Scioto Downs where he
Got 59 and 2,
yeah.
28 last quarter.
Yeah.
That's a pretty nice, it's a pretty nice little 2-year-old pacer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, we're halfway.
Halfway.
Matt wants to throw something at me.
Thought we were a little further than that.
Yeah. I mean, just yesterday was just such a long day.
Oh, I'm sure.
But today is shaping up to be much nicer.
Much
The
nicer.
skies are finally breaking apart. Just getting some sunlight hitting the track.
Yeah.
Should help
Keep
things
this
a
little
lot.
breeze
That'll
alive.
help.
I think we'll all be happy.
Oh, this breeze is wonderful.
Yeah, it's perfect.
People trying to get across the infield again.
Track into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Raymond and Marysville, Ohio, comes number 4, Carmen's Oh So Famous. Owned by Dennis and Joe Paver, trained by Joe Paver, and driven to victory this afternoon by Pierce Henry. Now a picture will be taken here with the Lois J. Fisher and Associates blanket. We'll have to wait until the final division to determine the actual blanket winner. But Carmen's Oh So Famous is the winner of this division here in race 10. And here for Dennis and Joe Paver, Larry Nybert, Pierce Henry, and Carmen's Oh So Famous, and the Lois J. Fisher and Associates, the donors of the blanket.
Last half 104 and 4.
That third quarter was what?
31-2.
31, yeah.
They were moving. Well, that was all Carmen's big move.
Mm-hmm. I think it's especially nice when you breed these horses and see them come and do so well. A little extra special.
Very much so. You know, you never know where we're going to see these guys again.
Right.
You know, I mean, some of these performances are, you know, really, really strong, and you hope that that's a sign of, you know, a great career.
Number 1, I Am the Sea was second. Number 2, Western Classic had been drawn. Number 3, Charlie L was fourth. Number 4, Carmen's Oh So Famous was the winner. Number 5, The Muffin Man was third. And number 6, My Boy Pink had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 33 seconds. The half was in 106 2/5. The 3 quarters in 137, with a mile in 211 1/5. From the top it should read 2 scratch 4 1 3 scratch, a mile in 211 1/5. In the upcoming race 11, you may
can
scratch
never
the
really
number 5 horse Quintuplet. Scratch number 5 Quintuplet out of race 11.
You can never really predict how these horses are going to turn out. I mean, you sort of know you got a nice colt or something, but some that start out kind of slow and they gain a lot of speed. By the end of the year, they're doing really well. And
I've watched a horse race 3 times at a fair so far this year. He was a $140,000 purchase at the Lexington Select Sale and has not been able to stay flat once.
Yeah.
Once. And you just, you know, God bless these guys and their patience.
Yes.
Because it ain't easy.
Yeah.
You know, you got owner pressure, you got pressure on yourself more than anything.
Yeah.
To get them right. So, yeah, it's learning ground. No question.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to be back with race number 11, which is 3-year-old Colt Trot.
Be right back.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
If you're heading north to Scioto, listening to us right now, take action. Apparently it is at a complete stop. I don't know those roads that well down there, but Scott Mogan just posted something.
Oh, boy.
I've seen a couple people post things, so may want to jump off our broadcast real quick. Take a look at your maps, maybe.
Oh, gosh. That's always so when something like that gets plugged up.
Yeah,
and
there's so much traffic.
There.
If something goes bad, it's a mess.
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody watch out for that. So coming up next on the fair broadcast will be Wilmington. Next Monday, we go to Wilmington at 5 o'clock post time, and also there is Bellefontaine at 6 o'clock. So from what's going to happen, Matt, is one's going to be on Facebook and one on YouTube, you think?
They'll both be on YouTube, but
only
only one can be on Facebook now. That's a new rule that Facebook has come up with, and I'm not real pleased about it. I don't think anyone is going to be. But, I mean, they have completely changed everything that they've done with their Facebook Live, any kind of live broadcast you want to do on Facebook, and Even these races that are going on to Facebook, you have 30 days to go back and watch them, basically. If you want to see it on Facebook, they stay on YouTube for as long as YouTube allows it. Yeah. Until they pull a stunt like Facebook did on us. But they made a lot of changes and didn't tell anyone that they were making any of these changes, and now kind of has a lot of people scrambling, including us. But that's the plan. We're going to try and figure out, which fairs we're going to try and go with, on Facebook, maybe come up with a schedule during the week, but they'll all be on YouTube.
Okay.
And then we're also going to post YouTube link onto Facebook, so you can still click a link and it'll just take you to YouTube. You'll be watching them on YouTube instead of Facebook.
I'm Popeye's mommy.
Certainly not ideal.
So you are still going to be able to, and you guys are moving races from Facebook, or you have moved races from Facebook so that we still have an archive.
Yeah, the last 5 years we've got saved. We had to go back and basically download every single one of them off of Facebook. If you notice now, if you go back and try and watch a race from even 2024, they have slowed the servers down, that they keep the live videos on to where it's almost unwatchable. You can't fast forward and rewind, and you can hit play and watch it, but if you want to skip ahead to like race 10, it's almost, you can't do it. But on YouTube you can, so that's why we're really putting an emphasis on YouTube this year to make things hopefully easier for everyone. You can make comments on there, and you can read comments on there, but I know that's kind of, Facebook's just a lot more convenient for people to just jump on for a little bit, watch a few races, and just keep kind of coming back to us. But
yeah, it's something completely out of our control. In fact, we didn't even know about it for a while, and then all of a sudden we found out in like 30 days they were all going to be gone.
Purse of $4,795 and a blanket courtesy of Judge Todd A. Anderson, Marion County Court of Common Pleas. Number 1 is Hillfire, owned by Blaze Racing Company of Cincinnati, Ohio, trained by Tyler Tintz. The driver is Ronnie Gillespie. Number 2 is Hydroplane and Henry, owned by Ernie Ayers at Sand Creek, Michigan. Ellen Belmore of Sylvania, Ohio, trained by Ernie Ayers. The driver, Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Awesome Night, owned and trained by Deb DeWolf of Mount Gilead, Ohio. The driver is Curtis Harper. Number 4 is RB's Can't Be Touched, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, and Ron Burks of Cypress, Texas, trained by Herman Hagerman. The driver, Emmanuel Miller. Number 5, Quintuplet has been drawn. And number 6 is Silverton, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver. The driver is Drew Neal. Again, the driver on number 1, Hillfire, is Ronnie Gillespie.
Okay, so there was your field for the 11th race here at Marion. Hillfire and Ronnie Gillespie, trained by Tyler Tinch, Blaze Racing from Cincinnati, the owners. A What the Hill out of a Cantab Hall mare, Missing an Angel. Just 2 starts this year. Did not start as a 2-year-old. Has had 1 second. That was at Ottawa last week. Trotted in 2, 3, and 3, and had a few qualifiers earlier this year, like in February and March at Miami Valley. Hydroplane and Henry and Greg Bateson from the 2-hole for trainer Ernest Ayers. Ernest and Elaine Bellamore are the owners and also bred this colt. This is a Marseille out of a Cincinnati kid mare, Ellen's Lucky Roll. 2 starts this year, 1 win. That was at Northfield in a non-winners of 1 condition race in 59-4. Last start out was at Northfield in the Buckeye Stallion Series, finished 3rd and trotted it in 58-1. Also had a qualifier at Scioto where it trotted in 57-2. So been going some really nice big miles. Awesome Night and Curtis Harper from the 3-hole for trainer, owner, and breeder Deborah DeWolf. A Marseille out of an Awesome Victory mare, Awesome Andrea, making its very first lifetime start. RB's Can't Be Touched and Emmanuel Miller from the 4 for trainer Herman Hagerman, Hagerman Racing, and Ronald Burks from Cypress, Texas. An Enterprise out of a credit winner mare, Credavita. 5 starts this year. Has 2 thirds, has been trotting in 58-2 and 59 at Scioto Downs. Had 13 starts as a 2-year-old. Was purchased at the Ohio Selected Sale for $9,000. Quintuplet, the 5-horse, is scratched. And the 6, Silverton, Drew Neal will drive for Rosie Weaver. Rosie and David Jury from Bucyrus are the owners of this Marseille colt. It's out of a Dream Vacation mare, Turquoise Sweetie. 6 starts as a 3-year-old, 2 wins. Fastest of those was 2 minutes and a 5th at Northfield. And also won at Paulding in 2, 5, and 3. As a 2-year-old, had 16 starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds. Made almost $40,000 as a 2-year-old. Was a blooded horse sale purchase for $34,000. So again, the number 1 changed the driver to Ronnie Gillespie, and the 5 is a scratch. They are headed into the turn behind the Mike Webkenberg starting gate, and we'll turn it over to Bill Peters for the call.
Clear off and trotting. The first horse away is Hillfire. On the outside, second is Awesome Night. In their third is Hydroplane and Henry. Moving up fourth, that's RB's Can't Be Touched. And the last horse is Silverton. Making the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Ronnie Gillespie has Hillfire on top by 1 length. Racing in their second is Hydroplane and Henry, driven by Greg Bateson. Moving up third is RB's Can't Be Touched, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Fourth is Silverton, driven by Drew Neal. And the last horse off stride is Awesome Night, driven by Curtis Harper. Going past that quarter-mile mark, that is still Hillfire with the lead, followed by Hydroplane and Henry second.
32.
First quarter trotted in 32 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Hillfire with the lead. Right there, second is Hydroplane and Henry, but charging up now to be third is Silverton. Racing down toward the half-mile mark. Now Silverton takes over. Dropping back second is Hillfire. Hydroplane and Henry trots in their third. Fourth is RB's Can't Be Touched. And the last horse is Awesome Night. Past the half-mile mark, that's Silverton by a length and a half over Hillfire. On the outside third is Hydroplane and Henry. Racing in their fourth is RB's Can't Be Touched. And the last horse is Awesome Night. As they head down the backside, they race over toward that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Silverton. The closest horse second on the outside is Hydroplane and Henry. At the rail third is Hillfire. Fourth, that's RB's Can't Be Touched, and then comes Awesome Night. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark, that's still Silverton holding on to about a 2-length lead over Hydroplane and Henry, with Hillfire third, followed by RB's Can't Be Touched fourth. 3 quarters in 138 and 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's still Silverton with lead, but here comes Hydroplane and Henry up with a charging on the outside. That's Silverton along the rail. Hydroplane and Henry on the outside as they race through the lane. Hydroplane and Henry and Silverton. Hydroplane and Henry and Silverton as they race for home. Looks like it's going to be Hydroplane and Henry, and here they all come. Silverton up for second. Up for third is RB's Can't Be Touched. A mile and 2:13 and 1/5.
Triple for Greg Bateson.
Mm-hmm.
Triple for Bateson.
That's what somebody said. Just put him out in the middle of the track.
Let him go.
Let him go.
Let him go. That was pretty impressive.
Hydroplane and Henry over Silverton. You know what I noticed? We're talking about equipment before. Awesome Night, who's making his first lifetime start, had knee boot suspenders on. You don't see suspenders much anymore.
Nope, you don't.
So,
well, after that performance, they may be gone for the next start.
So half brother to What Luck, who won the 4th race for Ernie Ayers.
Oh.
So the 2-year-old and 3-year-old both won today.
So What Luck and Hydroplane and Henry are half siblings?
Out of the same mare, yep.
Same mare.
Well, that's worth the drive down.
I'd say.
Absolutely.
I think that's the same guy that drove me up here in a golf cart from the parking lot by the Coliseum this morning.
Oh.
So he was saying he was out
Yes.
on that track yesterday.
Yeah.
All
yes.
over in that.
The guy with
mud.
the beard?
Yeah.
Yeah, he drives the golf cart first, and then he hops on that. So that's 3 for Greg Bateson today. And 2 for Ernest Ayers.
3 lifetime starts, 2 wins, and the third now. At that third place finish at Northfield for $20,000 in the Buckeye Stallion Series and was parked out that middle half in a minute in his second lifetime start. That's really impressive.
Yeah.
Or second start this year, excuse me.
We talk about the this horse is probably has a chance for the Buckeye Stallion Series also with that third place finish. You can see, oh, somebody picked up a shoe.
It's Ernie.
Sure did. It's Ernie.
So you can go to the OHHA website, ohha.com, on the racing tab, and you can find the standings. You just need to put in the division, and then you can find where your horse is in those standings.
From Sand Creek, Michigan, and Sylvania, Ohio, comes number 2, Hydroplaning Henry, owned by Ernie Ayers and Ellen Belmore, trained by Ernie Ayers, and driven to victory this afternoon by Greg Bateson. Now the blanket for this race is courtesy of Judge Todd A. Anderson, Marion County Court of Common Pleas. Now we've raced 2 divisions. They both have had identical times of 2:13 and 1/5. We still have 1 more division to be raced to determine who does really get the blanket. Let's have a big hand here for Ernie Ayers, Ellen Belmore, Greg Bateson, and Hydroplaning Henry, and to Judge Todd A. Anderson, Marion County Court of Common Pleas.
Okay, thank you. Mike's got me on 16-2.
Okay.
No, 4-1-5, 3 scratch 2.
Okay, race 12.
12-1 is a Braden Rhodes.
Braden Rhodes.
And Bill, this lady here gave Mike her entry fee.
Okay.
But
Okay.
she gave it to he gave it to Fairborn member. So.
Okay. Okay, so no scratches in this race?
No, I don't have it.
Okay. Okay. Jamie will.
I'm going to guess that it's quite upsetting for Mike to see his starting gate all dirty. I don't think his equipment is always so clean and sparkling and shiny, and I imagine this bothers him.
Number 1, Hillfire was 4th. Number 2, Hydroplaning Henry was the winner. Number 3, Awesome Night was 5th. Number 4, Arby's Can't Be Touched was 3rd. Number 5, Quintuplet had been drawn, and number 6, Silverton was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 32 seconds. The half was in 1:06 and 3/5. The 3/4 in 1:38 and 2/5, with a mile in 2:13 and 1/5. From the top, it should read 4-1-5, 3 scratch 2, a mile in 2:13 and 1/5.
Coming up next is a 3-year-old colt Pace. We have 6 in it. I don't know of any changes yet.
Yeah.
So we may go with a... Oh, here we go.
Over to Braden Rhodes. Braden Rhodes will drive number 1, Pure Dragon, in race 12. They're a representative of Wolverine Stable, Trekside
will
after
drive
the next
the 1
race.
in the 12.
The Toby presentation.
So we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with race number 12 from Marion, Ohio.
Bell Fountain, the county seat of Logan County, 48 miles northwest of Columbus, is home to Campbell Hill, which at 1,549 feet above sea level is the highest point in Ohio. The name means beautiful spring in French, as the original travelers found lots of springs in the area. With over 56 newly renovated buildings downtown, in 2023, the city of over 14,000 was named one of the best hometowns in Ohio. There are numerous golf courses and camping sites, and it's a perfect starting point for your adventures. Visit Ohio Cabins in nearby Libertyville as you descend 40 feet underground and see stones that glow in the dark. Or take a day at the 5,100-acre Indian Lake. Built in the 1850s and the second largest man-made reservoir in Ohio, is a great time to be had by boating and fishing. In downtown Bellefontaine, it's a short walk, and I do mean a short walk, on McKinley Street, which, at a total of 20 feet, 6.1 meters for you metric chaps, is the shortest street in America. Then stop by Court Avenue, the oldest concrete street in the United States, set in 1891. A quick stroll brings you to a fully restored Holland Theater, which has been host to performances since the 1930s. This all comes together at the Logan County Fair, which runs from July 7th to July 12th, and be sure to catch the thrills and excitement of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference stake races on Monday, July 7th and Tuesday, July 8th. Host time at 6 p.m. It's all Bella Bella and Bellefontaine.
We want to thank Tom Pye for doing these little tourism bits. You're going to hear a couple new ones coming up really soon. I think the next one may be Wellston and Hilliard. We're going to do a little bits on those, so be interesting to see. Like we said, the purpose of these are so if you're wanting to come down to a fair, maybe you'll want to come and stay an extra day or do something in the morning when the races are in the afternoon or evening. A lot of fun stuff to see around Ohio, and that's sometimes you don't know it's there until somebody tells you it's there. So
absolutely.
That's what we're doing.
I'm getting to a few new places this year for the first time. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. It is nice to have a little bit of time to see something you haven't seen
different.
before.
100%.
For a purse of $3,188 and a blanket courtesy of Wall Brothers Stable. Number one is Pure Dragon, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver of Braden Rhodes. Number two is Real Trooper, owned by Jeff Batt in Defiance, Ohio, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. Number three is A Legend Secret, owned by Power Play Racing 87 LLC of Medina, Ohio, trained and driven by James Day. Number four is Spartan Hill, owned by Jerry Meigel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver of Mark St. Louis Jr. Number five is Legendary Photo, owned by Stephen Reese of Republic, Ohio, and JNR Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver Rod Adams Jr. And number six is Waffles Again SBGR, owned by the Saved by Grace Ranch in Dayton, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper.
Okay, so our only driver change is on the one, and that is Pure Dragon. Will be driven by Braden Rhodes for Betty and Kimber Clegg. A Fear the Dragon out of an Always a Virgin Mare, Pure made 8 starts this year, has had 2 wins. The fastest of those was 1:58.4 at Northfield Park. Also won at Northfield back in April in 59.3. Lifetime's got 3 wins and almost $25,000 made.
Number 2 is Real Trooper, Pierce Henry in the bike, and he trains as well. Jeffrey Bat from Defiance, thank you, is the owner. This is a Dancing Yankee gelding from the Real Desire mare Cashmere Dreams. 3 starts this year, 1 second place finish. A break last week at the fair in Ottawa, break at Paulding, stayed flat in Northfield in the first start on the sloppy track. Really getting a good chance here from an inside post to fare a little bit better today.
From the 3-hole, A Legend Secret, James Day will drive. James is also the trainer for Power Play Racing 87 LLC from Medina, Ohio. This colt was a $20,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. A bit of a legend, and out of a Dragon Again mare called Stuck Like Glue. Was scratched his last start at Northfield Park, but had 2 nice qualifiers right before that. Finished second in both those qualifiers. Pace in 58 and 4 and 2 minutes and a fifth.
Yeah, that 58 and 4 at an off track in a qualifier, that's pretty impressive. That was first time out since last September. Number 4, Spartan Hill, Mark St. Louis drives for Steve Novak. Gerald Mihal from West Michigan is the owner. Racing Hill Gelding from the Sunshine Beach mare Sweet Sun. He's had 3 starts this year, 7-hole, 6-hole, and 4-hole for 9,600. It was parked out of middle half in 58 and 4. But there was a mile in there at 52 and 4 in the Buckeye Stallion Series, so sure Mark's going to try to get out in front in this one and stay close to the lead.
Rod Allums Jr. drives Legendary Photo for Jamie Weller. Stephen Reese and J&R Racing from Rising Sun, Ohio. A bit of a legend, and out of American Ideal mare Lyra. This horse was scratched last week because of the weather, but the start before that finished 4th at Scioto Downs. Paces mile in 55 flat.
Wow.
Still looking for his first lifetime win.
Number 6, Waffles again, SBGR. Mike Sweeney trains. Curtis Harper in the bike. Saved by Grace Ranch in Dayton is the owner of this Western Vintage Gelding from the Camluck mare Warm Waffles. 7 starts so far this year, just 1 third-place finish so far. Curtis will start from the second tier today.
I think I figured out what the SBGR is for. In the
Saved by Grace Ranch?
Yep.
Got it.
I'm glad you caught that, because when I was typing up the graphics last night, like, what is that word? I had to look at it twice.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make any
Spurger.
sense.
Yeah,
Spurger.
Spurger. I was trying to figure that too. But horses are headed into the straightaway. Let's turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of the 12th.
Here up and pacing the first horse away is a Legend Secret. Dropping in there second, that is Spartan Hill. Moving up third is Pure Dragon. Racing fourth is Legendary Photo. Racing in there fifth is Real Trooper. And the last horse is Waffles again, SBGR. As they head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, James Day has a Legend Secret on top by a length and a half. Racing second is Spartan Hill, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Third is Pure Dragon, driven by Braden Rhodes. Fourth is Legendary Photo, driven by Rod Allums Jr. Racing fifth, Real Trooper, driven by Pierce Henry. The last horse is Waffles again, SBGR, driven by Curtis Harper.
33.
First quarter paced in 33 seconds. Horses are on straight alignment, racing around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still a Legend Secret with the lead. Spartan Hill racing in there second. Racing third as they race down toward the half. That is Pure Dragon. Coming to the half-mile mark. That's still a Legend Secret with the lead. Now Spartan Hill takes over. Spartan Hill will lead a Legend Secret second. Up for third now, it is Legendary Photo. Racing fourth is Pure Dragon. Fifth along the rail, Real Trooper. The last horse is Waffles again, SBGR.
108.
First half paced in 108. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that three-quarter-mile mark. The one to catch is Spartan Hill. The closest horse second is a Legend Secret. On the outside third is Legendary Photo. Fourth along the rail is Real Trooper. Moving up on the outside fifth is Pure Dragon. The last horse is Waffles again, SBGR. Six pacers pretty well bunched as they go to the three-quarter-mile mark. That's still Spartan Hill with a lead by a length and a half over a Legend Secret.
139.
Three quarters in 139 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Spartan Hill opening up about 3 lengths now in the Legend Secret. Legendary Photo racing up on the outside third. Real Trooper now moves up fourth as they race through the lane. That's Spartan Hill, Legendary Photo closing fast on the outside. Spartan Hill and Legendary Photo flying on the outside. Spartan Hill and Legendary Photo. It's going to be Spartan Hill, and here they all come. Legendary Photo up for second. Up for third is a Legend Secret. A mile and 2:13 and 1/5.
2:13 and 1. Spartan Hill, as Matt was saying, had a really nice year last year, had 8 wins, made $30,000, and been in tough. Was in the Buckeye Stallion Series his last 2 starts. Finished 6th and 7th in there. Paces mile in 52 and 4, though.
Yeah.
So, geez.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That
Not getting
is.
any money pacing that fast and finishing 6th will
Yep.
drive you nuts.
Yes.
You bet, man. Especially with a 3-year-old at his 3rd start of the year.
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
You have to be ready to go now, that is for sure.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Really nice race here for Spartan Hill. 2:13-1.
I went off at the 4-5 favorite.
I had Legendary Photo second, a Legend Secret third, and Real Trooper fourth. That was what I caught. But
Got the same thing.
Legendary Photo went a big mile in there, too. First
Yes.
up and for
Yeah,
kind of
first
a long
up
ways.
here at the half. Yeah.
Yep, out a long ways. Absolutely.
Another Rod Adams horse that was 99-1 5 minutes before post. But I didn't run after that one. Here comes the family.
Oh, the kids are going to love to go in the mud.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
They're not
Yeah.
too terribly
Yeah,
worried
look
about
at
where
that.
they're stepping.
No.
Yeah, they're going right through. To be young again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The last thought in his mind is, where is it, buddy,
Yeah.
and where is it not?
Yeah. Dad, it's shorter this way.
Right.
Yeah, but no buts, Dad.
Got to get to my horse.
Yeah.
Back into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Westland, Michigan, comes number 4, Spartan Hill. All by Jerry Migel, trained by Steve Novak, and driven to victory this afternoon by Mark St. Louis Jr. Blanket for this race is courtesy of Wall Brothers Stable. A picture will be taken with the blanket, but this horse has no chance of winning the blanket. Nicole, Braden, and Brian Novak, Mark St. Louis Jr., and Spartan Hill, and the Wall Brothers Stable, the donors of the blanket.
We should get the complete official rundown for you in just a second.
That pacer went in the same time as the 3-year-old trotter in the race before. 13-1.
13-1, yeah. All age pacing record here is held by a horse called Professor Patrick from 2021 in 158. And the horse that had it before him was Meadowland Bosa in 58-2.
I remember
pretty
that one.
close, yeah. That was from 2020.
From the top, 1, Pure Dragon was 5th. Number 2, Real Trooper was 4th. Number 3, A Legend Secret was 3rd. Number 4, Spartan Hill was the winner. Number 5, Legendary Photo was 2nd. Number 6, Waffles Again, SBGR was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 33 seconds. The half was in 1:08. The 3/4 in 1:39, with a mile in 2:13 and 1/5. On the top it should read 5:43.126, a mile in 2:13 and 1/5.
2-year-old Colt Trot is next. Purse at $3,247. Got one driver change to tell you about when we come back, and one horse making his first lifetime start. We're live in Marion, Ohio. We're going to take a short break. I'll be right back.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug Winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
All right.
Welcome back to Marion. We had that little bit about the Farm Bureau, and we we work with the Farm Bureau pretty closely on a lot of things, so it's always good to have them as a partner. We do an Explore Ag program every spring where we have the Farm Bureau in partnership with us. We have a day of harness racing for the kids. Kids also get to do a lot of other things for a week. They have a week-long camp where they go to OSU and hang out for a week and just learn all sorts of stuff. So we take them to, this year we took them to the Winter Circle Training Center, 1, 2, and 4, scratch. And then to Midland Acres and then to Scioto.
That day that you described that they had out at the track sounded just so special for them. When you took those kids out there, that's just awesome.
I think one of the coolest things you can show people is a ride in the starting gate, really, and they got to do all that.
Yeah.
No matter what your age is, I still enjoy doing that.
I love doing that.
And Mike Webkenberg and Becky are always good about, grabbing somebody at the fair and giving them a ride. He's usually booked pretty full jug week.
He has a hard time saying no.
Yeah.
He really does. Yeah. He loves it that much.
He'll do anything he can to help out.
Yep.
Speaking of that, Brad Conrad has a win picture for me. It was last week or whatever. I was at Scioto Downs and it was late, and some people walked by after a race had finished and said, "Hey, can she get her picture taken?" And I looked at Brad, and Brad's like, "Yeah, I don't care, whatever." And Paige had won the race. It was a 16-year-old girl. They were there for her 16th birthday. So, of course, Chris Page, puts her in the sulky seat and all that, And, she thought it was the coolest thing ever. So,
absolutely.
I mean,
that's awesome.
It takes, no effort, but, it made she'll remember that the rest of her life, probably.
Yeah, sure.
Services. Number 1, Olive Hill has been drawn. Number 2, Mogul Maverick has been drawn. Number 3 is Hurley L. Alma Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio. Hurley Racing of Dublin, Ohio. And Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio. Trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 4, Hidden Brook Monty has been drawn. Number 5 is Whiskey Twist. All by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio. James Balisac of Strongsville, Ohio. And Leo Fleming of Ontario. And B.G. Maines also of Ontario. Trained by Chris Beaver. And the driver is Clifton Bell. And number 6 is Buckeye Baron. All by Darren and Pierce Henry of Lipstick, Ohio, and Alan Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate.
3 horses left after the scratches.
Yep.
2-year-old colt trot.
As you mentioned, Matt, it doesn't take much effort to make a really lasting impression on someone. Especially a kid.
And that's just kind of how Chris Page is, too.
Yeah.
He probably didn't even think twice about it.
Right.
Just
Chris always takes the time when he's at Scioto when they're, warming up before the races and before they turn. And he's always close to the grandstand.
Mm-hmm.
He's always acknowledging the people that are wishing him luck and everything.
Yeah.
It's great.
My 2 grandsons just think that Chris Page is the be-all. They're just screaming for him all the time. Even at home watching TV, they'll be hollering for Chris, and they're just so excited when he wins. And it's just because he has said hi to them, smiles at them.
Right, Right.
He sounds like he's kind of taken Ranger Steck under his wing a little bit, too, over there in Delaware. And, if a young guy like Ranger wants to learn how to do it. Chris Page not a bad guy to learn from.
No. That's
and his dad, Ron used to be a pretty good driver himself, but sounds like Chris and Ranger are pretty good buddies over there. Chris, I got to check out his setup there at Delaware. He's got a nice little stable going over there.
Does he?
Oh,
yeah. Every time I go by there's always somebody at Brian Brown's area for me to talk to, either Dawn or Ashley or Brian or Jennifer. Chris is always on the track when I go there. For some reason, he's always on the track when I get up there.
He's got a nice little tack room set up. He's got a ceiling fan in there, TV, refrigerator. He's got a nice little office.
Right on the end?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. know when his friends come in for Jug Week, they all park themselves, right there. That's their spot
That's
for
our
the
spot.
weight.
Where we were at, I think it was Ottawa last week with Jay Wolf, who's
Yep.
the publicity director of the Jug, and somebody wrote in and said it's only 13 weeks till Jug.
Perfect.
It doesn't seem like it should be that. That's not very long, 13 weeks when you think about it.
Well, and it's about as early as it's ever been, I think. September 18th.
Okay.
Because Labor Day, I think, is maybe the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 11th, 18th. Yeah, I think
18th.
Labor Day is Monday the 1st this year.
That is early. Oh, the sun is out. The sky is beautiful blue now. It doesn't look like.
No,
it
and the
should be
inside
bad.
lanes of the track that were wet before
Mhm.
are dry.
It is. It's drying up.
Yeah,
Drying
it really
up,
is.
Yep.
A nice breeze and some sun does wonders for a racetrack.
Sure
doesn't it?
does.
I still don't know if we're going to see the water truck today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, let's do these 3 horses real quick, or did we? No, I don't think
Nope,
we
we
did.
didn't. You're
After
right.
you.
So the 1 and the 2 are scratched. The 3, Hurley L. Hank Levan drives, trains for Levan Stables. Hurley Racing Stable, R. Fries and M. Levan. Purchased at the Lexington Selected Sale for $6,000. A What the Hill out of a Donato Hanover mare, Love Child, first lifetime start.
That sounds like a pretty good deal for $6,000 with that breeding, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wow. The 4 is scratch number 5, Whiskey Twist. Chris Beaver trains. Clifton Bell on the bike. Chris shares ownership with Bellasac and Fleming and Maines. A Ready for Money gelding from the Muscles Yankee mare, Manhattan AS. 1 start this year and a 2nd place finish.
Buckeye Barron and Pierce Henry from the 6. Pierce trains and co-owns along with Darren Harry and Alan Miller. Had 2 starts this year, 1 win, 2 10-1 at Paulding.
And those are your 2-year-old colt trotters, scratched down to a field of 3. Purse is $3,247.
Here, off and trotting. The first horse away on the outside is Buckeye Barron. Out at the rail second is Whiskey Twist, and the last horse is Hurley L. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Pierce Henry has Buckeye Barron on the outside with a lead. Along the rail second is Whiskey Twist, driven by Clifton Bell, and the last horse is Hurley L, driven by Hank Levan. As they head down the backside, now clearing and taking over is Buckeye Barron. Right there, close second is Whiskey Twist, and a little farther back third is Hurley L. Going to the quarter-mile mark, that is Buckeye Barron still with the lead. Whiskey Twist a close second, and then Hurley L.
36.
First quarter trotted in 36 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Buckeye Barron with the lead, followed by Whiskey Twist and Hurley L. No change, racing down to the half. Buckeye Barron and Pierce Henry bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Clifton Bell with Whiskey Twist. Then farther back third comes Hurley L. Past the half-mile mark, that's still Buckeye Barron with the lead. First half trotted in 1:11 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4-mile mark. The one to catch is Buckeye Barron. The closest horse second is Whiskey Twist. And comes Hurley L. The pace picks up a wee bit going down the backside. That's Buckeye Barron still with the lead, and Whiskey Twist is right there, close second, not letting Buckeye Barron get out of his sight. Racing back third is Hurley L. Past that 3/4-mile mark, that's still Buckeye Barron, followed by Whiskey Twist.
144.
3 quarters trotted in 144 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Buckeye Barron now opening up about 2.5 lengths on Whiskey Twist. Then farther back is Hurley L as they race toward home. That's Buckeye Barron and Whiskey Twist. Buckeye Barron and Whiskey Twist. Buckeye Barron with about a 4-length lead now. It's going to be Buckeye Barron, and here the outcome. Whiskey Twist up for second, Hurley L for third.
17. What was it? 17 and 2.
a mile and 2:17 and 2/5.
Not bad. Last half on 106. Not too bad. Buckeye Baron over Whiskey Twist over Hurley L, who is making his first lifetime start. We're talking during the race. I think Hank just wanted to keep his trotter flat all the way around for the first time around the track. But impressive mile for Buckeye Baron along Tom Gelding from the Tom Ridge mare Franny's Ridge. 3 starts this year, 2 wins, and 1 second place finish.
Whiskey Twist looked really good too.
Looked really good.
Yeah, they both, those two looked really nice coming down the lane. No trotting hobbles makes them look extra special in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it does also. We're moving right along here, huh?
Yeah, I think we have, I don't know if curfew's the right word, but we've got until 5 o'clock to clear the track and the grandstand again today for whatever event is going on. So, yeah, Bill and the horsemen are really pumping these things out.
When are they scheduled to draw for tonight? Is it before or
after the
between?
second race?
After the second race.
Fredericksburg comes number 6, Buckeye Baron. All by Darren and Pierce Henry and Alan J. Miller, and trained to deliver victory by Pierce Henry. Now the Smart Call Property Service blanket will have his picture taken here, but with Buckeye Baron, but this horse has no chance of winning the blanket. Let's have a big hand here for Darren and Pierce Henry and Buckeye Baron. And Smart Call Property Services, the donors of the blanket.
Just
can't do it with it on, yeah.
But it doesn't.
Doesn't bother them. Most of them. I believe that was Pierce's first win as a trainer.
Oh, that's cool. Good for him.
The wind blew my pages. I got a little mixed up here. Yes, Pierce. This is Pierce's.
Team from the top. Number 1, Olive Hill had been drawn. Number 2, Mogul Maverick had been drawn. Number 3, Hurley L was 3rd. Number 4, Hidden Brook Monty had been drawn. Number 5, Whiskey Twist was 2nd. And number 6, Buckeye Baron was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 36 seconds. The half was in 1:11 and 2/5. The 3 quarters in 1:44 with a mile in 2:17 and 2/5. From the Tapestry Raid, scratch, scratch, 3 scratch, 2-1, a mile in 2:17 and 2/5. In the upcoming race 14, number 1 PBR Knight changed the driver to Leslie Joyce. Leslie Joyce will drive number 1 PBR Knight and scratch the number 2 horse, Corner of the Market. Corner of the Market is out.
When we come back, we have the first, I believe there's 2, aren't there?
Yep,
yeah.
first division.
We have the first division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series Pace. Always enjoyable to watch these races, and horses that have been racing in 57, 58, so it should be a fairly competitive race. We'll be right back after this short break.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. For 100 years, the values at BNSF Insurance have been clear. Do the right thing. These values have been at the forefront of what we do, and that will never change. But as the world changes, so must our business. That's why the time is right to change our name to CoverLink. When tragedy strikes, we protect our clients, we cover. And the connection of our values of doing what is right is the link. Combine the two and you get CoverLink. While our name has changed, nothing else has changed. Great service from great people. CoverLink Insurance.
And we are back. We are back in Marion. And the sky is blue.
It is. It's turned into a
Really
lovely
nice
day.
afternoon. A perfect July afternoon. Happy July, everybody.
We talked about getting kids in the winner's circle, and it says Dwayne Lucas, who I believe just passed away,
Yeah.
thoroughbred trainer, would take a child into every winner's circle photo. He said those kids will never forget it and will be fans for life.
I've been watching some of the tributes for Dwayne Lucas that have popped up over on social media in the last couple of days. You remember the Jimmy Valvano speech before he passed away, where they were talking about, he was just talking about morals and ethics and working hard and everything. And I'm watching this, and I thought it was one of the most inspirational speeches, the one that Valvano did. And I'm watching this speech, and there is a breed, if you will, of these guys that are at the top of their game in some of these sports that they just get it. You know, I mean, they just know the right thing to do.
Yeah.
He said that one of the most rewarding things in his business is when he has young guys that work for him when they were just starting off as teenagers in their early 20s. And he goes decades without seeing them or hearing from them, and then all of a sudden they'll reach out and just thank him, because they know that without his guidance, without his education, everything, they never would have gotten to where they got.
Yeah, yeah.
And I never realized that he started off as a quarter horse trader. That was that was his first thing. That was his first thing. And when he won his first Triple Crown race, he said at the banquet, or whichever race that was at the banquet, everybody said, yeah, the quarter horse guy won. The quarter horse guy won. And he said, and I took that as a compliment.
Yeah,
I thought that was the best thing in the world. But certainly a loss for the industry.
Yeah. Well, and as they say, the best thing we can do is to pass it on to the younger generation.
100%. Yep. Well, and that's one of the things that we get to see at these fairs. There's a lot of generational kind of stuff, you know.
In fact, we had a question from my friend in Wisconsin, John Wells, says, how many of the drivers today are second or third generation drivers? Well,
we know
there's
Ranger.
A lot.
There's a bunch.
Ranger Steck. Braden Rhodes, who's been driving. Yeah,
absolutely.
Dad Bill is a trainer driver. Yeah.
Rod Allums Jr.
Yes. Ed Greeno.
Ed Greeno. Hank Levan. Luke Hanners was scheduled. Luke could have fit into that as well. Yeah, there's a bunch. Alex Hawk, right?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely Alex Hawk.
Yeah, close to a dozen of them.
And some of them that we don't even know for sure.
No, exactly, right.
So it's that is perfect thing to be able to pass this down. What an interesting horse in here, the rail horse, PBR Knight, is by Knight Pro, who holds a bunch of track records still in Ohio, but he's out of a mare called Royal Delta. Royal Delta is in the other division of the ladies driving series. So how interesting is that?
That is interesting.
PBR Knight, owned by Emily and Colton Hay of Salina, Ohio. Trained by Emily Hay. The driver is Leslie Joyce. Number 2, Quarter of the Market, has been drawn. Number 3 is Black Kelly, owned by Wasika Lauder of Taylor, Michigan. Trained by Ed Conrad. The driver, Christina Johnson. Number 4 is Yes I Did, owned by Mandy Jones of Greenville, Ohio. Trained by Brian Jones. The driver, Mandy Jones. Horses will take one score.
Mary Jo Rini Bros' birthday today. Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Mary Jo.
Happy birthday.
You don't want to do it?
Happy birthday, Mary Jo.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You having a good day, even though your horse very uncharacteristic break, wasn't it?
Yes.
He doesn't do that.
The mud got him.
Yeah.
Mud got him.
The mud got him.
Yeah.
But
Mud
oh
buddy.
well.
No, you are right. It was not a good day to draw the rail.
No,
yeah,
we were talking about that earlier. You're absolutely right.
And he has these screw ups when we drive the farthest.
That's right.
He did it at Upper Sandusky last year.
Oh gosh.
That was a 3.5-hour haul.
Ooh.
For us, but
That
oh
is
well.
tough, but he's been an awfully good horse for you. My
Yeah.
goodness, he's raced so good.
We still love him.
Yeah, I know you do. I always say he may be owned by Doyle, but he's loved by Mary Jo.
Yep.
So the horses are headed to the gate. The PBR Knight is just a very young horse. He's only had one start. That was at Paulding, where he went in 2:10-3.
Not bad. 3 Black Tilly, a well-said Admiral's Galley out of Daisy Dukes. Active last year, 14 out of 30 in the money, 11 starts this year, 2 wins and a third.
And yes, I did. And Mandy Jones from the 4-hole, 42 lifetime starts, 7 wins, got a mark of 53-2 as a 4-year-old.
Mandy's first start this year. Used to seeing her participate in the series.
Yeah.
It's good to have her back on the track. And
The year off and pacing the first horse away is Yes I Did. Racing in there second is Black Tilly. Moving along third is PBR Knight. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, that's Yes I Did with the lead driven by Mandy Jones. In there second is Black Tilly, driven by Christina Johnson. And racing third is PBR Knight, driven by Leslie Joyce. Horses are in straight alignment going toward that quarter-mile mark. That's still Yes I Did with the lead. Black Tilly right there, close second. And PBR Knight is third. First quarter pace in 34 seconds. 34 and 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Yes I Did, driven by Mandy Jones, still with the lead. Right there in the golden chair second is Leslie Joyce, is Christina Johnson with Black Tilly, and right there third, Leslie Joyce with PBR Knight. Coming to the half-mile mark, Christina Johnson now is out and on the move with Black Tilly, and Black Tilly takes over. Coming back second is Yes I Did, followed by PBR Knight. Past the half-mile mark, that's Black Tilly by 2 lengths over Yes I Did, and then comes PBR Knight. First half paced in 1:10. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Black Tilly. 2.5 lengths back second is Yes I Did, and flying on the outside now comes PBR Knight. As they go toward that 3/4 mile mark, PBR Knight sticks his nose out in front. Coming back second is Black Tilly, and Yes I Did is also on the move. Going past that 3/4 mile mark, that's PBR Knight with the lead. Black Tilly along the right second, and Yes I Did right there third. 3/4 in 1:40 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's PBR Knight by 2 lengths. Racing second, Black Tilly, and Yes I Did is third. Now, Black Tilly pops out of that 2-hole as they race toward home. That's PBR Knight along the rail. Black Tilly on the outside, and looking for racing room is Yes I Did. It's Black Tilly, Yes I Did, and PBR Knight. It's got to be Black Tilly, and here the outcome. Yes I Did up for second, up for third is PBR Knight. A mile in 2:12 and 4/5.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's half in 2 and 4. Black Tilly came back. But I'm going to say if I was the Hayes, I'd be really proud of that little PBR Knight. Only second lifetime start in against horses like this.
Oh, absolutely.
Raced very well. Made a
Raced
nice
really well.
move up the backside.
Yep.
That'll give that colt a lot of confidence.
Yep.
And as we said earlier, PBR Knight's mama is Royal Delta, and she is in the other division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Series, so it's kind of
I
unusual.
had one of those last week where Love You, who's a great Italian, European stallion, was the father and the grandfather horse in the same race.
Oh.
Horse was
That's unusual.
Yeah, thought so too. And they just announced that Love You was done performing his magic. He's
Oh.
got a bunch of good horses out there. He's a $9 million winner over there.
So Black Tilly and Christina Johnson coming home the winner. It'll add some points to Christina for the driving series, which their final is held at Delaware. It's pretty exciting to have those finals at Delaware, to be able to drive on that historic track.
Yeah, pretty special.
Did Black Tilly win it last year? Christina Johnston won it.
Yeah.
But I think she drove Black Tilly in the final.
Might have been.
Quite possible. The horse had a mark of 55-4 at Northfield, so better than that probably would have won it last year. Yeah, because the year before was Jasmine. I think it was. I think it was.
And as you said, a really good-looking horse.
Yeah, that's a really pretty gray horse right there.
Six-year-old Roan mare by Well Said, out of an Admiral's Galley mare. That's where she gets that color from.
Absolutely.
Oh, Admiral's Galley Admiral.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous animal.
Back into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Taylor, Michigan, comes number 3, Black Tilly. All by Wasika Lauder, trained by Ed Conrad, and driven to victory this afternoon by Christina Johnson. Now this race is being raced in 2 divisions. The Hopes and Dreams Stables is the blanket for the winner of the faster division. We'll get the Hopes and Dreams Stables. We'll have a picture taken here. We'll have to wait until after the 2nd division to determine the actual blanket winner. Let's really hear it here for Ed Conrad, Wasika Lauder, Christina Johnson, and Black Tilly, and the Hopes and Dreams Stables, the donors of the blanket.
Black Tilly for the win. Whoops.
I wasn't shooting that, so we won't even mention it.
Okie dokie.
About as coordinated as I feel right now.
I'm telling you. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Easy there, buddy.
Yeah, we're on there now.
There we go.
Do not ride on the sulky. Ed Conrad, do not ride on the sulky.
He almost didn't.
He almost didn't. I'm glad you saw that.
What more fun could there be?
I guess.
The things that happen on a racetrack.
I'm a camera guy that missed the shot. That was a.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure he won't mind that you don't have that on film.
I'm guessing.
Sorry? Yeah, yep. At our honeymoon in Italy, yep. See ya.
See you guys. Well, we didn't get a rundown, right?
No.
I don't think so.
I did not.
I was just talking to Dan and Terry Bennett, who are big supporters of FFA, and at the fair we'll get the rundown, then I'll continue with that.
1 PBR Knight was 3rd. Number 2, Quarter of the Market had been drawn. Number 3, Black Tilly was the winner. Number 4, Yes I Did was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 34 3/5. The half was in 110. The 3/4 in 140 with a mile in 212 4/5. From the top it should read 3 scratch 1 2, a mile in 212 4/5. In the upcoming race 15, you may scratch the number 1, EGOT Speed. Scratch the number 1 horse, EGOT Speed. At number 2, Captain Said, make the driver Emmanuel Miller. Emmanuel Miller will drive number 2, Captain Said.
They're saying Dan and Terry Bennett were just here watching the races, and they have a lot to do with the FFA down in Wellston. And this year on Friday night, July 11th, they're going to have special memorial race for Hunter Myers. Wellston was where Hunter won his first race. So they're going to have a memorial before the races start. And they are, Dan and Terry are pretty much in charge of the FFA food trailer. And they're going to have an extra food trailer, and they're going to bring it over to the back stretch so horsemen can purchase sandwiches. They have bologna sandwiches and popsicles, which I understand is two of Hunter's favorite things. So they're going to be selling those, and they're going to not just the proceeds, but every dollar that goes through that food stand that night is going to Hunter's family. So very nice of the Wellston community to do that. So we encourage everybody to race down there. It's a Southern Valley meet, and that will be happening on Friday, July 11th. And as I said, a memorial. I believe that they're going to have a on-track memorial for him at some time during the evening. But you certainly want to go and get one of those bologna sandwiches, and all the proceeds go to Hunter's family.
Really cool track. I would definitely recommend that fair to anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, it's small, but I mean, it's just a beautiful setting and a real nice part of Ohio.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a really nice fairgrounds. They take good care. They just put up a whole new fence on the backside, so I'm anxious to see that with some
Jackson County?
Jackson County,
Yeah.
yes. Jackson County, Wellston.
Endless love for Hunter. Just endless,
Yes,
you know.
absolutely. Absolutely. So we did get the rundown right, so we can take a short break, and then we're going to be back with race number 15, the 2-year-old colt Pace Scratch the 1, EGOT Speed.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
For 100 years, the values at BNSF Insurance have been clear. Do the right thing. These values have been at the forefront of what we do, and that will never change. But as the world changes, so must our business. That's why the time is right to change our name to CoverLink. When tragedy strikes, we protect our clients, we cover. And the connection of our values of doing what is right is the link. Combine the two and you get CoverLink. While our name has changed, nothing else has changed. Great service from great people. CoverLink Insurance.
We're back. Oh, we got a post parade.
Pace, going for a purse of $4,034 and a blanket courtesy of Lois J. Fisher and Associates. Number 1, EGOT Speed has been drawn. Number 2 is Captain Said, all with the Deer Lake Stables LLC of Osseo, Michigan, trained by Thad Doty, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 3 is Fired Up Henry L., home of Levan Stables Incorporated of Woodstock, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 4 is Willowdale, home by Kurt Schaup of Attica, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Twilight Boozer, owned and trained by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, the driver Drew Neal. Number 6 is Barcelona Legend, owned by Darren Dollar of Prospect, Ohio, and Larry Bettler of Sunbury, Ohio, trained and driven by Darren Dollar. Number 7 is Luck Be My Legend, owned by Jerry Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio, trained and driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Horses will take
Jerry Miller. I wonder if that's my buddy from Dublin Valley Farms. I think it might be.
Oh, the 7?
Yeah. Jerry.
Fredericksburg?
Yep. That's him. Hi, Jerry. Sure, he's watching.
Hey, Jerry. 15th race, 2-year-old colt Pace. Number 1, EGOT Speed has been scratched. Number 2, Captain Said. Manny Miller on the bike for Thad Dottie. This is a well-said gelding from the Captain Treacherous mare Enchanted Path. Deer Lake Stables LLC are the owners. 2 starts this year, 1 third-place finish. Number 3, Fired Up Henry L. Hank Levan trains, drives. Levan Stables owns this Catch the Fire gelding from the Art Major mare Mistra. 3 starts this year, 1 win, 1 third. Very impressive wire-to-wire win by 9 lengths at Ottawa last week. 28-4 final quarter, 159-3. Number 4, Willow Dale, Pierce Henry in the bike for Robert Brooks. Curtis Shoup, Attica, Ohio, owns this Western Vintage colt. From the Feelin' Frisky mare, Carly Sue. 2 starts so far this year, 1 second, 1 third place finish. Number 5, Twilight Boozer. Drew Neal on the bike for Rosie Weaver, who owns this Western Vintage gelding. By the Fly Buckeye mare, Bellflower. The qualifier at Delaware on the 18th. First true start is today. Number 6, Barcelona Legend. Darren Dowler trains and owns and drives this Bit of a Legend gelding by the Western Hanover mare, Barcelona Hanover. Shares ownership with Lawrence Bettler from Sunbury. He's had 2 qualifiers at Delaware so far. Last time out, came home in 27-2. This horse is 99-1 on the board. Matt.
What's that?
I said this horse came home in his qualifier at 27-2, and he's 99-1 on the board.
Oh, wow.
And number 7, Luck Be My Legend. Ronnie Gillespie trains and drives for Jerry Miller. A Bit of a Legend gelding from the Cam Luck mare, Luck Be My Lady. 1 start at Northfield after a sloppy qualifier at Northfield the week before. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. We're in the final turn, and where are they? There they are. Let's send it up to Bill Peters for the call. This afternoon's 15th, 2-year-old colt pace, purse of $4,034.
Here they come. Here off and pacing. The first horse away is Fired Up Henry L. Up on the outside second comes Willow Dale. Racing in their third, that's Barcelona Legend. Moving along fourth is Luck Be My Legend. Moving up on the outside fifth is Twilight Boozer. And the last horse is Captain Said. As they head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Hank LeMan has Fired Up Henry Al with the lead. 2 lengths back second is Willow Dale with Pierce Henry. Along the rail third is Barcelona Legend, driven by Darren Dowler. On the outside fourth is Twilight Boozer, driven by Drew Neal. Fifth is Luck Be My Legend, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. And the last horse is Captain Said, driven by Emmanuel Miller.
30 3/5.
First quarter paced in 30 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That is Fired Up Henry L with the lead. Up on the outside second now comes Twilight Boozer. Coming down to the half-mile mark. That's Twilight Boozer on the outside. Along the rail second, that is Fired Up Henry L. On the outside, along the rail third, that's Willow Dale. On the outside fourth, that's Luck Be My Legend. At the rail fifth, Barcelona Legend. And right there sixth is Captain Said.
4-1.
First half paced in 104 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. All 6 paces are pretty well bunched. That's with the lead as Fired Up Henry L. Racing in their second is Willow Dale. Barcelona Legend is third and pacing fastest of all at this point. Moving up on the outside fourth now comes Captain Said. Along the rail fifth is Twilight Boozer. And the last horse is Luck Be My Legend. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Fired Up Henry L with the lead. 3/4 in 1:35. Fired Up Henry Al with the lead. On the outside second, that's Barcelona Legend. Offside third goes Willow Dale. Taking over third along the rail now is Captain Said. As they race toward home, that's Fired Up Henry Al and Barcelona Legend. But Barcelona Legend and Fired Up Henry Al. Barcelona Legend and Fired Up Henry Al. It's got to be Barcelona Legend. And here the outcome. Fired Up Henry Al up for second. Tight for third there between Captain Said and Willow Dale.
2:08 and 3.
A mile in 2:08 3/5.
Well, Susan, I caught that one just a little bit too late.
A little bit. The 99-1 shot, you mean?
99-1 off of a 27-2 last quarter and a qualifier at Delaware last week. Gosh, I hope nobody had it.
May not at 99-1.
Can we get a carryover?
Yeah. Barcelona Legend. It's a race, had 2 qualifiers at Delaware. First one paced his mile in 2 minutes and a fifth, last quarter in 29, and then 59 last quarter in 27 and 2.
Boom.
So that's
a miss. That's
quite
called a
the,
miss, Susan.
yeah.
That's what that is.
Quite the qualifier.
Quite the
though.
qualifier. Quite
Nice
a performance.
race here.
Really smart there too. You know, there was guys were coming up on the outside, just sat patiently on the rail and waited for the outer flow to back up a little bit. Found a hole, got out, and really turned it on in the stretch. That it didn't get a final time. I can't wait to hear what that last quarter was.
8 and 3.
8 and 3.
But I didn't hit the. What was the 3 quarters?
Didn't get it. Only got the half.
One of the faster races of the meet.
Yeah.
I haven't heard hold all tickets yet, but I imagine that's coming.
Yeah. David Meyer says 99 to 1. This will pay telephone numbers.
Yeah, if anybody had it.
Yeah.
There's a big crew coming across here.
Certainly somebody in that group had $2 across the board on their horse. I hope.
I don't know. I think it would have probably knocked it down.
Oh, it might. You're right. Oh, you're right.
How many did Rosie have in today? I've seen Joe Yoder out there warming up horses between like every race. It seems like he's put some miles in today.
She had 11 in.
11.
Coming in from Prospect and Sunbury comes number 6, Barcelona Legend. All by Darren Dowler and Larry Bettler, trained in every victory by Darren Dowler. Now at this time, the horse will have its picture taken with the Lois J. Fisher and Associates blanket. We'll have to wait until after the final division to determine the actual blanket winner, but thus far, this horse has gone the fastest division. So at this point, this horse is in line to get the blanket. Let's have a big hand here. Let's have a big hand here. Let's have a big hand here for Larry Bettler, Darren Dowler, and Barcelona Legend, and the Lois J. Fisher and Associates, the donors of the blanket.
We'll get the results from Bill in just a minute.
Come on, Bill.
Race 15 from the top. Number 1, EGOT Speed had been drawn. Number 2, Captain Said was 4th. Number 3, Fired Up Henry L was 2nd. Number 4, Willow Dale was 3rd. Number 5, Twilight Boozer was 6th. Number 6, Barcelona Legend was the winner. Number 7, Luck Be My Legend was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 30 3/5. The half was in 104 1/5. The 3 quarters in 135, with a mile in 208 3/5. From the top, it should read, scratch 423 615, a mile in 208 3/5.
Barcelona Legend. Darren Dowler trains, owns, and drove this bit of a legend gelding. Really nice performance coming off that 27-2 final quarter of Delaware in the qualifier. We've mentioned that the 6 got off at 99-1. The payoffs are up on the board. There's nothing there. So we don't think anybody had the horse. It's a shame.
Yeah, yep. It's all blank there where it says 6.
It's all blank.
All blank.
When we come back, it'll be for the 16th. 3-year-old Colt Trot. We'll be back after a short break.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
We are back. Susan is speaking with Mary Jo and Doyle. Hey, where are you going? We got like 5 left.
I got previous engagement.
All right.
Wait till he tries to cash that in at a store or something.
I'm sure.
Wow.
I'll be there
Yes,
Monday.
yeah.
I got to have a heart procedure done on the 10th. So,
So welcome back to Marion, Ohio. Second day of racing here at Marion. This is just the start of the summer of racing. We got a lot of racing coming up. Next Monday, we have a post time at Wilmington at 5 o'clock and Bellefontaine at 6 o'clock. And Matt explained before that we're not going to be allowed to show 2 different places on Facebook anymore. They have stopped doing that. So one of them will be on Facebook and one will be on YouTube. And we will let you know. We will let you know what who's going to, or what track is going to be where. So Monday, Wilmington and Bellefontaine. Then Tuesday, we've got Wilmington at 5, Bellefontaine at 6, and Cortland at noon. Cortland has a double header that day, so they race 6 and 5:30. So basically next Tuesday, July 8th, we've got 4 race programs for you to enjoy. And then on July 11th, Friday and Saturday, the 11th and 12th, we go to Wellston. As we talked about, we sure want everybody to be there and enjoy the bologna sandwiches. That will all that will benefit Hunter Meyer's family. We go to Oak Harbor, Hilliard. I mean, there's just going to be a ton of racing, and you can find that racing list, that racing schedule on Harness Racing Ohio. On that first page in Harness Racing Ohio is a schedule, so you'll be able to plan out your summer. Lots of stuff coming up.
Bellefontaine for me next Tuesday with Doug. Looking forward to that.
$895 and a blanket courtesy of Judge Todd A. Anderson of Marion County Court of Common Pleas. One is Beat the Odds, owned by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 2 is Best Thing I Never Had, owned by Tisha Symes of Ostrander, Ohio, and Shirley Symes of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tisha Symes, the driver is Hank Levan. Number 3 is Uncle Johnny's Secret, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Lemmer Racing of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper. Number 4 is Oh Mickey, owned by Myron Kester of Sydney, Ohio, Nicehonger Stable LLC of Lebanon, and Benson Roth of New Albany, Ohio, trained and driven by Jeff Nicehonger. Number 5 is Dr. Speed, owned, trained and driven by Tom Moore Jr. of Napoleon. Number 6 is Splurge on Uncle, owned by Anthony Miller of Dundee, Ohio, and Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. And number 7, I'll Be Seeing You, has been drawn. Horses will.
That was it, right?
Yep. So we've got a couple driver changes in here. Hank Levan will drive the 2, Best Thing I Ever Had, and Manny Miller will drive the 4, Oh Mickey, and the 7 is a scratch. So from the rail out, we've got Beat the Odds. Drew Neal drives for Rosie Weaver. Heartland Acres and Rosie are the owners of this What the Hill gelding out of an Angus Hall mare, Somebody to Love. Just one start this year. That was at Paulding, where he was cutting the mile and finished third, just back by a half a length in 2:11 and 1.
Number 2, Best Thing I Never Had, Hank Levan in the bike for Tisha Symes. Tisha owns along with Shirley Symes. This is a full count gelding by the My MVP mare, Gal of the North. 5 starts this year, 1 second, 1 third place finish, couple of breaks the last 2 starts, but raced pretty good at Scioto back on June 3rd, 56 and 2. Hopefully they get these breaks out of the way, and this one will be able to stay flat for the mile.
Uncle Johnny's Secret and Curtis Harper from the 3 for trainer Mike Sweeney. Patrick Sweeney and Lemmer Racing own this colt and bred him. It's Uncle Peter out of a Muscle Yankees mare, Muscle Secret. Been racing at Scioto Downs in the horse and gelding now winners of 1 pari-mutuel race lifetime. Did finish 5th last start out. Trotted his mile in 56 and 4.
Number 4, Oh Mickey, Manny Miller for Jeff Neisinger, a long Tom gelding out of the Master Levesque mare, Mickey Levesque. Coaster, Neisinger, and Benson Roth are the owners of this 3-year-old. 10 starts so far this year, 1 win, 1 third. Really good year last year as a 2-year-old, 17 starts and 13 out of 17 in the money. It was a $31,000 purchase, the Ohio Select sale, and has more than made his money back.
The 5 horse is now a late scratch, and the 6, Splurge on Uncle, Manny Miller to drive for Herman Hagerman. Anthony Miller from Dundee and Hagerman Racing from Mount Vernon are the owners of this Uncle Peter. It's out of a Cadabra mare, Splurge on Me. This horse has had 6 starts this year and a couple of third-place finishes his last 2 start. One of those in the Buckeye Stallion Series, where he trotted in 58 and 1, but last start at Scioto Downs trotted in 55 and 4.
Okay, I've got Manny on the 4 and the 6.
Okay, we can't do that, can we?
I don't think so. I mean, he's having a good spring.
4 does look
4.
like Jeff.
Does it?
Kind of.
Does kind of look like Jeff's colors.
I just zoomed in here. Right now he's blocked.
Yeah.
3, but it looks like nice on there.
He was here earlier.
Yeah, I believe
Does look like Jeff?
Yep.
Yeah, because the blue looks like Manny on the 6.
So the 5 and the 7 are a scratch. The 2 put Hank Levan up, and everybody else should go as programmed. It's just, the weather is absolutely beautiful now.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I would
Yep.
imagine this
Yep.
evening is going to be very pleasant compared to the last week or so that
Yes.
we've had around here.
So you're going to stay to watch the figure 8 trailer races, demo derby kind of thing tonight?
Oh, no, I'm thinking about coming back Thursday night to watch that movie.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That would be fun.
Yeah.
All right, let's send it up to Bill Peters for the call of the 16th from Marion.
There, off and trotting. The first horse away is Best Thing I Ever Had. At the rail second is Beat the Odds. Moving up third is Oh Mickey. Up on the outside fourth is Splurge on Uncle. And the last horse at this point is Uncle Johnny's Secret. Past that quarter-mile mark. That is Spurge on Uncle with the lead. First quarter trotted in 30 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Spurge on Uncle with the lead. So trotting in there second is Best Thing I Never Had. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Emmanuel Miller and Spurge on Uncle bringing the horses to the half. At the rail second is Best Thing I Never Had. Up on the outside third is Beat the Odds. At the rail fourth is Oh Mickey. And the last horse is Uncle Johnny's Secret.
141.
First half trotted in 104 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. With the lead, that's Spurge on Uncle. At the rail second is Best Thing I Never Had. Flying on the outside is Oh Mickey. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That is Oh Mickey now taking over. Dropping back second along the rail is Spurge on Uncle.
36 flat.
3/4 in 136. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Oh Mickey on the outside with the lead. Spurge on Uncle at the rail second. On the outside third comes Best Thing I Never Had. As they race toward home, that's Oh Mickey and Spurge on Uncle. And flying on the outside, here comes Best Thing I Never Had. Best Thing I Never Had, Oh Mickey. It's gonna be Best Thing I Never Had. Up for second, Oh Mickey. Up for third, Spurge on Uncle.
209 and 2.
209 and 2.
A mile in 209 and 2/5.
And that's why when somebody comes up around you and they're pushing it to get to the front end and you're on the lead and it's that early in the race, let them go. Take the darn 2-hole and come back and win it in the stretch the way that Hank just did with Best Thing I Never Had.
Yeah.
Great drive by Hank Levan.
Great drive. Very exciting finish for the crowd. We got quite a crowd here left, so they enjoyed that race. Best Thing I Never Had.
He can go some when he stays at it. Just has a little bit of trouble, looks like, with the gate.
Right.
There's some awful happy folks in Spring Hill, Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
I think they were watching maybe yesterday.
Tisha's family.
Yeah, down by the east side.
Down by the east side, right.
Down east.
Down east.
Nova Scotia.
This horse has trotted. He finished third at Scioto. 3 starts back in 56 and 2, and then got into the braking habit a little bit. So this is much better now.
Is that Tish?
Yep. I believe so.
Yep.
She's got the muck boots on.
Yes,
she knew where she was coming. She was here yesterday.
Yeah, because you could be up to your knees in that mud out there.
Oh, easy.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Get to the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Ostrander, Ohio, and Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, comes number 2, Best Thing I Never Had. All by Tisha and Shirley Symes, trained by Tisha Symes, and driven to victory this afternoon by Hank Levan. Now the blanket will go to this horse winning in the fastest division. This horse will get the Judge Todd A. Anderson, Marion County Court of Common Pleas blanket.
Great job by Hank. Really, really smart. Great way to handle a youngster like that.
Yeah, I mean, taught him something too there. I mean, 'cause
Yeah.
he shows when he didn't break, just front end, you know.
Yep.
So he took a little trip there.
Absolutely.
And followed some horses and passed them late.
First lifetime win was a $15,000 purchase, and after that win, 24, 14. They're just about even, other than training costs and food and transportation and all the little stuff.
The incidentals.
Yeah, the
right?
incidentals.
That gives Hank his 7th win of the meet. He had 4 yesterday, 3 today. Drew Neal had 6 yesterday and 3 today, so he is our leading driver at this point. Rosie Weaver's got 8 wins.
From the top, number 1, Beat the Odds, was 5th. Number 2, Best Thing I Never Had, was a winner. Number 3, Uncle Johnny's Secret, was 4th. Number 4, Oh Mickey, was 2nd. Number 5, Dr. Speed had been drawn. Number 6, Spurge on Uncle, was 3rd. And number 7, I'll Be Seeing You, had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 30 and 1/5. The half was in 104 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 136 with a mile in 209 and 2/5. From the top it should read 514, 2 scratch 3 scratch, a mile in 209 and 2/5. In the upcoming race 17, number 4 Royal Delta, change the driver to Leslie Joyce. Leslie Joyce will drive number 4 Royal Delta in race 17. He's a representative of Hopes and Dreams Stable.
Roger. Roger's happy.
I'm sure.
So
Probably not with me, since I lost the race. Sorry, Roger.
Wasn't your fault.
I know.
Well, we got he's got something here. Maybe just to walk back to the. Let me see.
Somebody got it for him.
I hope.
No, not unless they raced on the parking lot.
Oh.
So 17th race coming up, the second division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. We got one driver change. Leslie Joyce will drive Royal Delta. And this is a really nice field of horses, some really good old horses with a lot of money and a lot of starts. So they average, there's 710 starts between the 4 of them. They average 177 starts each.
Unbelievable.
That's totally amazing. So we're going to come back and take a look at the horses in this 17th right after these messages.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
All right, we're back.
We were just talking about the track off air and how the track has really gotten to be nice. There's still the sun and the wind is just a perfect day for drying out a racetrack.
Absolutely. Yeah, the breeze and the sun.
We've got a tremendous amount of mud in the middle in the infield, but tonight they're going to have the trailer and figure eight races.
Yes.
So see who can knock some. The object is to keep your trailer on.
It's just so freaky. I wish I could watch that tonight.
I wonder, they're putting up some posts, pounding in some metal posts, so I wonder if that's some kind of I just can't figure out where they're going to do it because there's nothing that's really big here.
No, you're right. There's nothing really wide.
Yeah. They must make really short figure eights.
Yeah, I was looking at this outside part here and the middle, but there's nowhere back there.
Right. It's just, it's odd. It'd be interesting to see it, that is for sure.
Guess they got cement walls to navigate while they're knocking trailers off. Oh, yeah, this would be quite fun.
Take the jump. It's a lot of fun stuff at this fair.
Like ski jumping.
Yeah.
Take your car and fly it up over one of these cement things.
Tonight is that before in front of the grandstand. They've got on Wednesday night is a tractor pull. On Thursday is a rodeo. Friday night are fireworks, and Saturday, of course, all fairs end with the demo derby. But will be a fun time tonight watching those figure eight and trailer races, and that's all the stuff that's in front of the grandstand. And as we mentioned earlier, both tonight and Thursday night at 8:30, they're going to be showing Home in Indiana, that harness racing movie that came out in 1944. And the reason they're showing it here is because it was partially filmed here at the Marion Fair. So kind of cool. Going to show that in the big Coliseum. Would be very interesting to see how many people show up for that. You know, it'd be kind of a fun thing. 1944. There's not a whole lot of people around that would remember the debut.
No.
Oh, Frank said that he watches them at Delaware, the figure eight
figure
races.
eights?
We got to find out about that.
When does he have time to do that?
I don't know. not Frank Frost. Frank, a different Frank. Frank Bright. Oh. That would be fun to find out when they do that.
It would be.
Ohio, the driver Emma Wahlberg. Number 4 is Royal Delta, owned by Emily and Colton Hay of Saline, Ohio, trained by Emily Hay, the driver Leslie Joyce.
Okay, so let's take a closer look at this field. Like I said before, there are some nice horses in here. Lying in Cash, Jennifer Main will drive for Tisha Lohman. Tisha is also the owner of this 9-year-old gelding by Arakachi Hanover, out of a Cam's Last Laugh mare, Joker's Little White Lie. 140 lifetime starts, 43 wins, 23 seconds, and 15 thirds. Earnings of $309,000.
Crazy.
And a 5-year-old mark of 150 at Hawthorne Park, which is a mile track. But you look at this horse's last 6 starts. Finished second in 50 and 1, finished second in 51 and 2, 53 and 4, 54 and 4, 54 and 1, 55 and 2. But those last 2 starts at Scioto Downs, I mean, Chris Presley drove this horse to 150 and 1.
Unbelievable. Number 2, Union Station. Christina Johnson drives for Jacob Baird. A Some Beach Somewhere gelding from the Art Major mare hit the curb, owned by Jacob as well. 19 starts this year, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. 43 starts last year, 15 times in the money. $38,000 in the last 2 years in earnings, but lifetime 230 starts and $199,000 in earnings with a mark of 52 and 1 at Harrah's, Philadelphia.
Not sure if Duck Duck Dragon is there. Matt, did you see the 3 horse out?
He just announced the 3 scratched.
The 3, okay, 3 is scratched. All right. And the 4, Royal Delta. Leslie Joyce will drive for trainer Emily Hay. Emily and son Colton own this mare. She is 13 years old by Royal Art out of a Dragon's Lair mare. 155 lifetime starts, 9 wins, $45,000 in earnings. And Mark has a 6-year-old of 155. He's had 1 start this year, had 1 start last year. I think before that it had been, did race some in 23 and 22, but very, very lightly raced the past number of years, as she did have a foal. She's got a 3-year-old foal. I'm not sure if she had any others, but we know about that one. So she's been kind of doing double duty, being a mom and also racing once in a while. And Emily says they're just fine with that. She's just fine racing once in a while.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's really cool that she's had him for this long, and being a mother, and you know, and still racing, coming back to race. It's just the coolest thing.
Yeah, pretty neat. And
sure
young
is.
son gets a driver, so driver and trainer jogs her at home, so that's also
that's so cool.
A big plus. So we got Lying in Cash and Jennifer Main at the Rail Union Station with Christina Johnson, and Royal Delta, Leslie Joyce. This field has earned a total of $756,000, $750,000 between these
3
horses.
Yeah.
Horses are behind the gate, so we're going to turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of the 2nd division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series.
They're off and pacing. The first horse away is Lying in Case. Dropping in there second is Union Station. The last horse is Royal Delta. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Jennifer Main has Lying in Case on top by a length and a half. Pacing second is Union Station, driven by Christina Johnson, and the last horse is Royal Delta, driven by Leslie Joyce. Going toward that quarter-mile mark, that's still Lying in Case by 2 lengths. Union Station still second. Right there, close third is Royal Delta. No change in the race past that quarter-mile mark. That's Lying in Case with the lead.
32.
First quarter paced in 32 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Lying in Case with the lead. Still racing second is Union Station with Royal Delta right there, close third. Approaching the half-mile mark, Jennifer Main and Lying in Case are bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Christina Johnson with Union Station, with Royal Delta right there third.
64
First half paced in 106 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Lying in Case. Union Station is ready to come, and here comes Royal Delta with a race up on the outside. As they race down the backside, that's Royal Delta pacing up to take over the lead. Dropping back second along the rail is Lying in Case, and right there, close third, that's Union Station. The pace picks up going past that 3/4 mile mark. Lying in Case regains the lead. 3/4 and 137 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Lying in Case with the lead. Union Station second with Royal Delta right there third. Well bunched as they race through the lane. That's Lying in Case at the rail. Flying on the outside comes Union Station. Lying in Case, Union Station, and Royal Delta. Lying in Case and Union Station. It's going to be Lying in Case. Union Station up for second. Up for third is Royal Delta.
209.
A mile and 2:09.
Nice job of rating that horse by Jennifer Main.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. First half 106, last half 103. Plenty left, though.
Yeah. Nice race for all of them. Royal Delta was, I thought she was just going to go right on by him up the backside.
Yeah.
She had a burst there.
She did have a burst.
But it was a little bit too
We've
tough.
seen a lot of those big moves on the backstretch today.
We have.
Almost every other race, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for a mare that probably hasn't raced but a handful of times in the past 3-4 years.
Right.
That was a big move.
That division 3.4 seconds faster than the first.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 2:12 the first, 2:09 here. Give a little credit to the track and the horses.
Yeah. Track is getting nice.
Yeah.
We've got people walking down the track to come and pick up, come to the winner's circle instead of coming through the mud.
Through the mud. Oh, look at that inside lane now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still a little water right here. You can still see a little puddling there before the finish line, and a little right
didn't
after.
see that.
But
Yep.
it's,
Totally different than what it was 2
oh
hours
my
ago,
gosh,
though.
yeah. And what it was yesterday when we had water out 3 wide.
I was just thinking, 2 days here is 41 races I'm going to watch. I'm leaving directly from here to go to Scioto to watch
another
more races.
16.
Yeah.
I talked to Bill Peters a couple days ago, and he said 1 year at Van Wert, the way I understand it, there's like 58 races, like 3 days of cars all raced in one day. He called 47 of them and started the other 11.
Oh,
like, what a long day that would be.
Oh, my God.
That was at Van Wert.
To the winner's circle, where the winners go. Coming in from Miamisburg, Ohio, comes number 1, Lying in Case. Owned and trained by Tisha Lohman, driven to victory this afternoon by Jennifer Main. Now this horse won in a faster division here in the second division, so the Hopes and Dreams Stables blanket will go to Lying in Case.
.43 times. I want my nose itched.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's have a big hand here for Tisha Lohman, Jennifer Main, and Lying in Cash. And to the Hopes and Dreams Stables, the donors of the blanket.
Very impressive. Really good rating there.
So we got 1-2 scratch.
I think it'd be hard to do on an off track like this too, wouldn't you? I mean, you have
to control time.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, I know some of it's feel, but at the same time, I don't know.
Yeah.
It just seems like it'd be real tough on a track.
Yeah,
that
the
you're
track's
going,
in control.
When you're used to going 2 minutes, and all of a sudden you're 2:10. You know,
right.
A real good mile.
Well, looks like they're getting the lights out for tonight's figure 8 camper racing
trailer
ba, ba, ba. Yeah. Let's just smash something up. Doesn't matter what, just smash something.
Exactly.
Yeah, tote guys will want to get their tote board out before them trailers come in.
17 from the top. Rowan Lying in Case was a winner. Number 2, Union Station was second. Number 3, Duck Duck Dragon had been drawn. Number 4, Royal Delta was third. Time of the first quarter was 32 seconds. The half was in 106 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 137 and 3/5. With a mile in 2:09. From the top it should read 1, 2, scratch 3, a mile in 2:09. In the upcoming race 18, you may scratch numbers 1, 2, and 3. Scratch numbers 1, 2, and 3 out of race 18. And number 6, Widger Boys, change the driver to Brayton Rhodes. Brayton Rhodes will drive number 6, Widger Boys. Your attention to the bar. Bring your horses on out for race 18.
Okay. 18th race coming up. Got 3 more for you. Be 3-year-old Colt Pace with a purse of $3,288. Scratch down to a field of 4, and we will introduce you to these fine animals when we come back from this short break.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
I'll have to let Frank know that.
Oh, no, I see him all the time. Hundreds of jobs available.
Michael was just telling us that the Ohio Horse Jobs site commercials are all over TV.
All over TV. Yep, been seeing them now probably for a solid week and a half.
Huh.
Yeah. No, they're good. They're real good.
That's really good to know.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that people are trainers and are having a hard time finding help now.
Yeah, and even guys, if you're off from the summer from school, if you're a teenager and you're looking for something to do, you know, you can still have your late afternoon and evenings to yourself over the course of the summer, but you know, go out to the farm, ask if anybody needs help, or go to the website and see what's available. There are literally hundreds of opportunities for decent paying jobs to get you through the summer.
Yeah.
And if you like it, you sign up for it again next year, and who knows where it might take you.
Some of them are better than decent paying jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the caretakers for some of these stables make
they
good
do
money.
pretty good.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If you want to go race in the evenings and stuff and get some paddocks and
well,
things
that's
like that.
And we've had different jobs up where it was just paddocks. So you didn't have to work in the morning. You just had to work in the afternoon and evening. And we've had some that are just for jogging horses. So you don't have to clean out the stalls. You just jog horses.
Right, just jogging horses.
A lot of different things.
A lot of different positions available. Yep.
This is another 3-year-old colt pace, going for a purse of $3,288 in a blanket courtesy of Wall Brothers Stable. Number 1, Garoppolo has been drawn. Number 2, Catch the Express has been drawn. And number 3, Suddenly Special has been drawn. Number 4 is Bounding Delight. Owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Heartland Acres, Walhonding, Ohio. Trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is Pete Said. Owned by Rick Astle of Oakwood, Ohio. Trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 6 is Winter Boys, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Braden Rhodes. And number 7 is Catching Up, owned by Power Play Racing 87 LLC of Medina, trained and driven by James Day. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Exacta, and Trifecta.
Okay, so let's take a closer look at the horses in the 18th. We've got the 1, 2, and 3 are scratched. The 4 horse, which should be the only horse starting on the gate, the other 3 will be trailing. It's going to be quite unusual. Bounding Delight and Drew Neal for trainer Rosie Weaver. Rosie and Heartland Acres are the owners. This is a Fear the Dragon out of a Better's Delight mare, bound to be good. 5 starts this year, has had 2 seconds recently. Last week, finished second at Northfield Park in a $10,000 claimer, non-winners of 1. Paces mile in 1:55 flat. Also finished second at Paulding in 2:05.
Number 5, Pete Said, Pierce Henry in the bike for Chad Williamson. Claude Richard Estelle is the owner. This is a well-said gelding by the Astros mare, the Mistress. 3 starts this year, 1 second, 1 third. Coming off a 2-year-old campaign with 11 starts and 6 times in the money. Market 202 and 2 at Tifton last year. Last couple of starts have been good. Had a 3rd at Ottawa and a 2nd by a nose at Paulding.
Widger Boys put Braden Rhodes up for trainer Betty Clegg, owner Kimber Clegg. A lather up out of an Art Major mare, Profound Beauty. No starts last year, but did have 6 starts this year. Last start was at Ottawa, finished 4th, paced in 2, 1, and 3.
Number 7, Catching Up. James Day trains and drives Power Play Racing 87 LLC. The owners of this Catch the Fire gelding by the great Jenna's Beach Boy mare. Ain't Given Up. 3 starts this year, looking for a check. 11 last year with 2 second-place finishes. And that is your field for the 18th 3-year-old colt pace with a purse of $3,288. Horses are in the final turn, approaching the starting gate. Let's send it up to Bill for the call.
They're off and pacing the first horse away is Bounding Delight. In their second is Pete Said. Moving up third is Catching Up. And the last horse is Winter Boys. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. That's Drew Neal with Bounding Delight showing on top by 2 lengths. Racing in their second is Pete Said, driven by Pierce Henry. Moving third, that's Winter Boys, driven by Braden Rhodes. And the last horse is Catching Up, driven by James Day. Going to that quarter-mile mark, there's no change. That's still Bounding Delight by about 2 lengths over Pete Said. Racing third, Winter Boys, and then comes Catching Up.
31.
First quarter was paced in 31 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Bounding Delight with the lead. About 2.5 lengths back, second is Pete Said. Then comes Winter Boys and Catching Up. Racing to the half-mile mark, that's Bounding Delight still with the lead. Pete Said continues to pace second, followed by Winter Boys and Catching Up. First half paced in 1:02 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Bounding Delight. 2.5 lengths back, second is Pete Said. On the outside third is Winter Boys, and at the rail fourth is Catching Up. Down that backside to go, and Bounding Delight opens up 3.5 lengths now, and Pete Said. Winter Boys is on the outside third with Catching Up at the rail fourth. Off stride now goes Winter Boys. 3/4 paced in 1:33 as they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. Sail with the lead, that is Bounding Delight. Pete said trying to hold on for place position on the outside third. It's catching up the last horse, Windsor Boys, as they race through the lane. That's Bounding Delight still with the lead. Bounding Delight, but flying up on the outside. Now comes Windsor Boys. Bounding Delight and Windsor Boys. Bounding Delight on the inside. Windsor Boys on the outside. It's going to be Bounding Delight. Windsor Boys up for second, up for third, was catching up.
That was crazy.
It was.
It really was. Windsor Boys with Braden Rhodes went off stride before the 3/4 pole and dropped to last after being parked out
and
second.
1/5.
And I thought he was done.
Yeah.
But she was done. Came back pretty strong for that second place finish.
I think we have to give credit to Pierce Henry, Braden Rhodes, and James Day. Had to sit in that second tier, leaving the gate, with just one horse in front of them. I mean, they all three did a great job staying back where they were supposed to. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Really did really, I mean, how unusual is that? How many times are you going to say, I'm in the second tier with only one in front of me?
When things are going good, they seem to go good. For Rosie Weaver there. I mean, she basically got handicapped the front end.
Right.
You know?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's your 3-stroke lead before you tee
exactly.
off.
Yeah.
So another win for Drew. This brings him up to 10 for the 2-day meet. And 9 wins for Rosie.
In 2 days.
That's pretty impressive.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Hey, that freshman focus that Roger did with her this year, I just thought that was spectacular.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just so good. And she is just so straightforward. You know, she doesn't
Open.
dance around anything when
Right.
she's answering his questions. I mean, she's a delight to listen to and to watch work, and it's really special.
She really does give very long, in-depth answers.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm telling you, those horses look phenomenal going through that barn too.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't a speck of sawdust on one of them.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look at this. She's not coming back for this
I
one.
think
They pack it up.
In hot wall hunting comes number 4, Bounding Delight. This horse will win the blanket. This horse will get the Wall Brothers stable blanket, winning in the fastest time.
Packing up.
Looks like we may have an inquiry here, and one of the judges is down to take a look at the race.
Where at?
We're up.
Okay, so judges are going to take a look. You may hear some audio because we can't show the replay on, but sometimes the audio will play. So we'll just keep if you hear that, that's what you're hearing. So we'll hear us going,
Is that what the audio replay brought to you by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association?
You're right.
Did you see anything? Me either. Came home in 103 and 3.
So as we said, if you can hear this, the judges are taking a look.
206 and 1, 206 and 2, 206 and 3.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
So we have Ron Steck on the 3. I am on a Jelly Roll, and Ronnie Gillespie on the 2, Wisco Tax Collector. It's all the changes we know of, but we'll see when we do the post parade if there's any more. Changes have been coming in late.
Coming in late. Hot and heavy, coming in late. The 19th is a 2-year-old Colt Trot, $3,247 purse.
The penultimate.
The penultimate.
First half of the daily $3,247 and a blanket courtesy of Smart Call Property Services. Number 1 is Always in Range, owned by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver and the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is Wisco Tax Collector, owned by Hagerman Racing in Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Ronnie Gillespie. Number 3 is I'm on a Jelly Roll, owned by Chris Hawkins of Centerburg, Ohio, trained and driven by Ron Steck. Number 4 is MJ's Peg's Prodigy, owned by Charles Boland of Jeffersonville, Ohio, trained by James Boland Jr., and the driver is Charles Boland. Number 5 is 314, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg, the driver Nick Clegg. And number 6 is Winding Path, owned by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate.
19th race. Horses out on the track. Let's take a look at these. Starting at the rail, number 1, Always in Range. Manny Miller driving for Rosie Weaver. This is an in-range colt from the Lucky Chucky mare, Teacher Pat. It's had 2 starts so far this year. Had a break at Northfield last week. Scioto qualified 202 last quarter, 29-2, and was a wire-to-wire winner in his first lifetime start at Paulding back on June 9th.
Wisco Tax Collector and Ronnie Gillespie from the 2-hole for trainer Herman Hagerman, owners Hagerman Racing. A What the Hill colt out of a Yankee Glad mare, Passport to Love, had a couple qualifiers, raced at Paulding, finished 4th at Paulding, trotted in 2:14 and 1, then had a couple of qualifiers at Scioto Downs where he was making breaks.
Number 3, Ronnie Steck trains and drives I'm on a Jelly Roll. I'm on a Jelly Roll. I'm on a Jelly Roll. Got it. Okay. This is a Marcel gelding out of the Train for the Future mare. I Just Expect It. 2 attempts to qualify up at Delaware, both breaks at the start of the race. Let's see if Ronnie's made some improvements there and can get this one around the track.
MJ's Peg's Prodigy. Charles Boland drives, James Boland trains, and Charles Boland owns. This is a long time out of MJ's Pego My Heart, who is by Pegasus Spur. Has had just 2 starts, Circleville and Ottawa, and unfortunately made breaks in both of them. But even with that break at Ottawa, did trot in 2-5 and 3.
Not bad. Number 5, 314. Nick Clegg for Betty and Kimber and Uncle Peter gelding by the Muscle Hill mare Sky Is Mine. He's had 3 starts, 2 second-place finishes. Had a second last week in 2:10 to Winding Path at Ottawa. Won a qualifier on a sloppy track at Northfield at 2:07. And the first 2 starts of the year, a 4th at Circleville and a 2nd at Paulding from the 2nd tier.
Winding Path and Ed Greeno Jr. from the 6-hole. Ed Greeno is the trainer. E.G. Trot LLC, the owner. An Enterprise colt out of a Cantab Hall mare. Why Did I Hanover? Won last week at Ottawa in 2-7 and 4. Also finished 3rd at Paulding, 2-11 and 4. The 2-horse Wisco Tax Collector, you can see, was sold at the Heartland sale for $22,000. That is a sale held in Minnesota, and I believe that this horse probably had some Wisconsin connections, hence the name Wisco Tax Collector.
Yeah. It's a pretty big price for that sale.
They're off and trotting. The first horse away on the outside is MJ's Peg's Prodigy. In between horses, 2nd is Winding Path. Moving up 3rd, that is 314. Trotting in there 4th is Wisco Tax Collector. Off stride fifth is always in range, and the last horse is I'm on a Jelly Roll. As they head down the backside of the race over to that quarter-mile mark, Ed Greedo Jr. has Winding Path on top by a length and a half. Trotting second is MJ's Peg's Prodigy, driven by Charles Bowen. Charging up on the outside third comes 314, driven by Nick Clegg, but 314 goes off stride. And taking over third now is Wisco Tax Collector, driven by Ronnie Gillespie.
33.
First quarter trotted in 33 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Winding Path by 2 lengths. MJ's Peg's Prodigy trots in there second. Third it is Wisco Tax Collector. Racing fourth is 314. Always in range is fifth, and the last horse is I Am on a Jelly Roll. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Ed Greedo Jr. and Winding Path, bringing the horses to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second is Charles Bowen with MJ's Peg's Prodigy. Up on the outside third comes Wisco Tax Collector. First half trotted in 108 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Winding Path. The closest horse second is MJ's Peg's Prodigy. On the outside third is Wisco Tax Collector. Also moving up is 314. Off stride fifth is always in range. The last horse is I Am on a Jelly Roll. Off stride goes 314, also according to the 3/4 mile mark. Sail with the lead is Winding Path. MJ's Peg's Prodigy right there second with Wisco Tax Collector third.
141.
3/4 trotted in 141 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Here comes Charles Bowen up on the outside with MJ's Peg's Prodigy. It's Winding Path at the rail. MJ's Peg Prodigy on the outside. Out the 3 wide now comes Wisco Tax Collector as they drive for home. It's MJ's Peg's Prodigy and Winding Path. It's going to be MJ's Peg's Prodigy, and here they all come. Tight at the wire for second between Winding Path and Wisco Tax Collector. A mile and 2:14.
That. See you guys.
Well, that was close for a second.
That was close for a second. Made a very happy Mary Jo Reaney Bross, who was the breeder of MJ's Peg's Prodigy. Made it worth her while to sit here and watch her horse.
That horse.
Watch that horse.
That thing just jogged in the stretch there. I mean, he was just sitting. It looked like he still had a handful.
Yeah. Looked pretty good, and after making breaks in those first 2 starts, so it's kind of nice to get that nice flat mile. I have to say something about Mary Jo. She is on our fair committee at OHHA, and actually all of the guys on the fair committee, they go to these fairs. They know the fairs. When we talk about the feature race grants or the capital improvement grants, they all know these fairs inside and out. It's just a great bunch of people, the OHHA directors that are on that fair committee. I can't say enough about them, and Mary Jo is one of them. We'll be talking about a fair, and she'll go, oh, yeah, well, what about in this turn? Or, just amazing what they remember.
That's a pretty valuable tool to have in your case there.
Absolutely. It's just really nice. So, although her horse earlier today did not race very good, she's certainly got a nice 2-year-old here.
Didn't affect her smile.
No.
Not at all.
So I had MJ's Prodigy first, Winding Path second, and Wisco Tax Collector third, but I could be wrong about that second and third place.
I put a 2/6 because I couldn't separate them. Yeah. Actually, we're...
Coming in from Jeffersonville, Ohio, comes number 4, MJ's Peg's Prodigy. Owned by Charles Bowen, trained by James Bowen Jr., and driven to victory this afternoon by Charles Bowen. Now we'll have a picture taken here with the Smart Call Property Services, but this horse will not win the blanket. Mary Jo Reaney Bross, the breeder of this horse, is in the winner's circle along with her husband Doyle. Let's have a big hand here for the Brosses, Charles Bowen, and MJ's Peg's Prodigy. And Smart Call Property Services, the donors of the blanket.
So we'll be getting the rundown in a second. We had, earlier today, we had little Colton Burris up here getting his passport stamped, and his mom says, Colton is all about his passport. Thanks for doing this. So this little guy, he really wanted his,
very nice.
He wants his stamp.
That's the one I told to take an Uber to the next fair.
Yeah.
Well, if you get them young, you got a better chance of keeping them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Ice cream down there.
Yeah.
I'm getting hungry. It's been a while since I
had
anything.
Do you have any breakfast?
I did stop at a McDonald's on the way here. That was at like 7:30 or something.
Yeah.
So it's wearing off quick.
Yep.
I did pass a stand that had ice cream nachos that looked pretty amazing. Yeah.
Really?
It's just like little circle wafer, like what do you call it? Sugar cone.
Yeah.
But shaped like chips, and they put like ice cream in there, and then the dipping stuff is hot fudge instead of cheese, obviously.
Ooh.
Well, that'll take you to Scioto.
That sounds good. That sounds good. There is just somebody in back of me just said that they might have to bring out the water truck. There is just a tad of dust coming off of that drag right now.
18 from the top. Number 1, Always in Range was 5th. Number 2, Wisco Tax Collector was 2nd. Number 3, I Am on a Jelly Roll was 6th. Number 4, MJ's Pigs Prodigy was the winner. Number 5, 314 was 4th. And number 6, Winding Path was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 33 seconds. The half was in 108 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 141 with a mile in 2:14. From the top it should read 5:26, 1:43, a mile in 2:14. In the upcoming race 20, you may scratch the number 7 horse, Thunder Nation. Scratch the number 7 horse, Thunder Nation.
We made it.
We got it.
We made it.
It's
on to the last.
It's been quite the 2 days here with all the rain and everything. But by gosh,
I'm so sorry I didn't get to spend the day with you guys yesterday up
well,
here.
Yeah,
all that fun.
It was a lovely day. So 20th coming up, our last race of the Marion meet, the 2-year-old colt pace, scratch the 7. I don't know if there's any. Well, we are going to need a different driver for one of the horses, but we'll find that out in the post parade. And so we're going to take a short break and be back for the last at Marion.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
For a purse of $4,034 and a blanket courtesy of Lois J. Fisher and Associates. Number 1 is Race On, all by Michael Sainland of Dalton, Ohio, trained by Isaiah Shrake, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is the Ebony Dragon, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, and Cedar Point Beach Racing of Fremont, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 3 is Pumpkin Skin, owned by Kimber Clegg of Matamoros, Pennsylvania, trained by Betty Clegg. The driver is Nick Clegg. Number 4 is Believe Jerry, owned by Jerry Migel, Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak. The driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 5 is Nighthawk Racer, owned by Ivy Holdings of Apple Creek, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 6 is Western Encore, owned by Rosie Beaver, Beach City, Ohio, and Heartland Acres, Walhonding, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Braden Rhodes. And number 7, Thunder Nation, has been drawn. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Trifecta.
Okay, so let's take a closer look at the horses in this, our last race. Race On, Emmanuel Miller from the rail for trainer Isaiah Shrake, and owner and breeder Michael Solheim. This is a Western vintage colt out of a Man of Many Missions mare, Miss of Many Matters. That'd be a tongue twister,
That
wouldn't
is
it?
a tough one.
Had one start at Paulding, finished second, just back by 4.5 in 2, 3, and 3.
The undefeated, the Ebony Dragon, is the 2-horse. Drew Neal in the bike for Tyler Bates. This is a Fear the Dragon colt out of the Always a Virgin mare, Glorious Virgin. Susan Bates and Cedar Point Beach Racing of Fremont share ownership. This horse is 3 out of 3 and all impressive and all look like they were pretty simple inside trips. So that 2 minutes at Ottawa was really impressive.
That's an eye-opener, isn't it?
That's an eye-opener,
Yeah.
as is that 201-1 at Circleville.
Yeah.
So we'll see great things here coming out of the Ebony Dragon.
So the Clegg team sends out Pumpkin Skin from the 3-hole, Summa Cum Laude, out of a Shadow Play mare, DG's Shadows Bell. Has had 3 starts already, 1 win. That was at Circleville in 2-4. Snuck a qualifier in there at Northfield Park and paced his mile in 59-4.
Number 4, Believe Jerry. Mark St. Louis Jr. on the bike for Steve Novak. Gerald Mihal from Westland, Michigan is the owner of the Summa Cum Laude out of a Believe in Bruiser mare, Believe in Waco. The 2-year-olds had 1 start and 1 third-place finish, and that was at Paulding last week.
Pierce Henry drives Nighthawk Racer for Robert Brooks and Ivy Holdings, and the 6 Western Encore Braden Rhodes up for Rosie Weaver. So let's turn it over to Bill Peters.
Believe Jerry in that order for the rail on the first tier. Nighthawk Racer and Western Encore are your trailers. Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away of the Ebony Dragon. At the rail second is Race On. Dropping in their third is Believe Jerry. Moving in their fourth, that is Pumpkin Skin. Moving up fifth, it is Western Encore. The last horse off stride. Going down the backside was Nighthawk Racer. Heading down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark, Drew Neal has the Ebony Dragon on top by 1.5 lengths. Racing in their second, that's Race On, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Third is Believe Jerry, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Fourth is Pumpkin Skin, driven by Nick Clegg. Racing fifth is Western Encore, driven by Braden Rhodes. The last horse, Nighthawk Racer, driven by Pierce Henry.
30.
First quarter was paced in 30 seconds as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Out there on the front end is the Ebony Dragon. Racing right there second is Race On. A little farther back third as he goes down to the half is Believe Jerry. Fourth is Pumpkin Skin. Racing fifth, Western Encore. And the last horse, Nighthawk Racer. Past that half-mile mark. That's the Ebony Dragon by 2.5 lengths over Race On.
Minute 1.
First half paced in 101 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is the Ebony Dragon. Race On right there second and gaining with every stride. Racing third, Believe Jerry. Pumpkin Skin moves up on the outside fourth. Western Encore fifth and Nighthawk Tracer trails. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's the Ebony Dragon by just a length and a half. Right there second is Race On. Pumpkin Skin is now taking over third. Drop back to fourth is Believe Jerry. 3/4 in 131 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's the Ebony Dragon by 2 lengths. Race On second, off stride third went Pumpkin Skin. Now taking over third is Believe Jerry. As they race toward home, that is the Ebony Dragon and Race On. The Ebony Dragon and Race On as they race through the lane. The Ebony Dragon and Race On and Pumpkin Skin. It's going to be the Ebony Dragon wire to wire, and here's the outcome. Race On up for place, up for show is Pumpkin Skin.
206 and 1.
A mile in 206 and 1/5.
First 3 quarters were something, though.
Yeah.
30-second first quarter, 101 at the half, 131 at 3/4. We didn't think we were going to get an under 2-minute mile, but we thought we might get it too.
Yeah.
They came home in 105. They came home in 35 and 1.
35, yeah.
The 206 and 1 final time with Ebony Dragon now 4 for 4. A really impressive start for this 2-year-old colt pacer out of Fear the Dragon.
The baby's got a little tired, though.
Baby's got a little sleepy there,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, got to give, like we said, kudos to everybody who worked on this track. that got these done, to the horsemen for getting these horses out. It was a great job under really adverse conditions. So as you can tell, if you go through the times, you're going to come. Everybody's coming home pretty slow because they got tired. This track was tiring.
Track was tiring.
It was only about 20 minutes behind scheduled post there for that last one.
Really?
Less than
Wow.
20, maybe 15. I think it was scheduled for 3:45, right? It went off about 4.
I think you're right. It is just 4:05 right now. So
that 2-year-old pace 2:06.1 was equal to the 3-year-old pace fastest time of the day as well. So the 2-year-olds keeping up with the 3-year-olds.
Yeah.
Gibsonburg and Fremont comes number 2, the Ebony Dragon. Owned by Suzanne Bates and Cedar Point Beach Racing, trained by Ty Bates, and driven back to this afternoon by Drew Neal. Now this horse had the fastest time of the 4 divisions. This horse will get the blanket. This horse will get the Lois J. Fisher Associates blanket.
He earned it.
He earned it for sure.
Ty Bates coming up. Hold on to this colt.
Let's have a big hand here for Ty Bates, Drew Neal, and the Ebony Dragon, and the Lois J. Fisher and Associates, the donors of the blanket.
It turned into a really delightful day of racing.
Yes. Yes, it did. Racing between the raindrops. We got it. Everybody got it done. Even the blanket people, boy, that was a lot of work for them all. Getting those blankets out in the winner's circle, all this 41 races. So we should get the rundown in just a second, and then we will be
signing
done for
off.
the day. Yeah. So
until
Matt,
about. Are you just going live in between after the second, or?
I think so. I'm not entirely sure.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm going to make it in time even. So hopefully Frank and Steven have it figured.
Yeah. I think they probably got it figured.
I'm hoping I can make it in time, but anytime I think I'm going to rush through Columbus, that never works out. So.
Yeah.
You're right.
This time of day,
never.
Those up there and up there.
No, driving in Columbus is not like it was when I first moved there in 1979, that's for sure. They are getting ready to open up one really important ramp that'll help.
Was second. Number 2, the Ebony Dragon, was the winner. Number 3, Pumpkin Skin, was third. Number 4, Believe Jerry, was fourth. Number 5, Nighthawk Racer, was sixth. Number 6, Western Encore, was fifth. And number 7, Thunder Nation, had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 30 seconds. The half was in 1:01. The 3/4 in 1:31, with a mile in 2:06 and 1/5. From the top it should read 2:13, 4:65, scratch, a mile in 2:06 and 1/5.
Yeah.
Colts just, Ebony Dragons just slowly walking back to the barn. No hurry to get there now. We are done for the day. So on behalf of the whole team at OHHA, we certainly want to thank everybody for joining in. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. And
Thank
thanks,
you, Matt,
for doing everything. And I hope you all have a great rest of your day.
Look for us tonight after the second race at Scioto for the drawing. We'll be there. Thank you all. Have a good evening.